Chapter 1: The Unforeseen Void. The rhythmic clang of hammers against steel and the grating cough of power saws were familiar sounds in the West Wing's lower levels. Renovations, long overdue, were underway, a project intended to modernize crumbling infrastructure, not unearth buried history. Workers in hard hats, their faces smudged with plaster dust, moved with practiced efficiency through corridors draped in plastic sheeting. The air, thick with the scent of disturbed old materials and fresh-cut wood, hummed with the energy of construction. Dr. Lena Hansen, her own hard hat slightly askew over her dark, neatly tied hair, reviewed a set of blueprints spread across a makeshift table fashioned from two sawhorses and a sheet of plywood. Her official title was architectural historian, a consultant specifically brought in to ensure the renovations respected the White House's historical integrity. Most days involved tedious cross-referencing of faded diagrams with the current state of walls and wiring. This day promised more of the same. A foreman, a burly man named O'Malley, whose forearms were a road map of faded tattoos, approached her, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of a gloved hand. "Dr. Hansen, something you ought to see. We were pulling out some rotted joists basement level near what the old plans call a storage space, Sector Gamma 7. Lena's attention sharpened. Sector Gamma 7 was a nondescript rectangle on the oldest schematics, a space supposedly integrated into a larger utility room complex during a mid-century refit. "What is it, Mr. O'Malley?" "Structural damage beyond the initial assessment." O'Malley shook his head, a perplexed expression settling on his broad face. "Not damage, ma'am. A wall where there ain't supposed to be one. Solid, old brickwork different from everything else down there." He paused. "And a door, or what looks like it was a door, sealed up tighter than a drum." Intrigue, a rare visitor in her recent work, stirred within Lena. "Show me." She followed O'Malley through a labyrinth of temporary wooden supports and dangling wires, the noise of construction fading slightly as they descended a narrow flight of temporary stairs into the sub-basement. The air here was cooler, damper, carrying the scent of earth and something else, something acrid and stagnant. He pointed a thick finger towards a newly exposed section of wall, dramatically different from the surrounding concrete and cinder block. It was indeed old brick, a deep mottled red, expertly laid in a Flemish bond pattern rarely seen in 20th century American construction. Its surface was remarkably clean, as if the grime of ages had somehow recoiled from it. Embedded within this anachronistic barrier, almost flush with the bricks, was a thick, iron plate roughly rectangular, its edges fused shut with what appeared to be ancient, heavy welds. There was no handle, no hinges visible, only the stark, impenetrable face of the metal. Lena ran a gloved hand over the cold iron. A faint vibration, or perhaps a trick of her senses, seemed to emanate from it. "This isn't on any of the plans I've reviewed, not even the earliest ones from the original construction." She peered closer at the welds. They were crude, brutal, yet undeniably effective. This was not a conventional seal. It was a statement of permanence, of intentional forgetting. "We stopped work around it soon as we saw it," O'Malley stated. "Figured it was above my pay grade to start poking at things what ain't on the map, especially here." You were right, Mr. O'Malley. Lena's mind raced. A hidden, sealed section within the White House, its existence scrubbed from official records. Why? What purpose did it serve? And who went to such lengths to ensure it remained undisturbed? This area needs to be cordoned off immediately. No one touches this until we understand what it is. She crouched, examining the base of the iron plate. Tiny, almost invisible symbols were etched into the metal, nearly obscured by the welds. They were not letters, not any language she recognized. They were geometric, sharp-angled, and unsettlingly precise. The faint, almost subliminal thrum she'd sensed earlier seemed a fraction more pronounced near these marks. Old president, maybe, O'Malley offered, scratching his chin. One of the early ones had some private project. Lena straightened, her gaze fixed on the formidable barrier. Perhaps, but this feels different. The air around the sealed doorway was distinctly colder, the silence more profound than the mere absence of construction noise. It was a silence that pressed, that seemed to listen. Her initial role had been to preserve history. Now she stood before a piece of history which someone had desperately tried to obliterate. The professional curiosity was strong, yet beneath it, a sliver of unease, sharp and cold as the iron plate began to penetrate her thoughts. This was not just an architectural anomaly. It was a secret, kept for generations, and its discovery felt less like an accident and more like an exhumation. The scent of disturbed earth in the sub-basement air suddenly seemed more fitting than she initially presumed. The president she was thinking about was not an early one, but one from a more recent, turbulent era, a figure known for his deep-seated paranoia and rumored eccentricities. A president who, some whispered, dabbled in matters far removed from statecraft. Lena pulled out her secure, government-issued phone. She needed to report this, to bring in experts beyond structural engineers. This discovery required a delicate touch, and a team prepared for the unexpected. The faint, metallic scent from the sealed door seemed to cling to her nostrils. Later that evening, in his opulent, dimly lit study miles away from the White House, the orator Primus, a man whose tailored suits never creased and whose voice could sway the most resolute, received a coded message. He read it on a burnished antique tablet, its screen displaying encrypted text. His thin lips, usually set in a line of serene composure, curved into a slow, almost predatory smile. The message was brief, originating from a source deep within the government's most secure networks. It spoke of an anomaly, a sealed section rediscovered during renovations in the West Wing. "It begins," the orator Primus murmured, his voice a silken whisper that seemed to caress the expensive, dark wood of his surroundings. He rose and walked to a window overlooking the city's glittering expanse, though his gaze was turned inward, towards a future he had long anticipated. The sanctum is revealed. The covenant's patience is rewarded. His followers, the inheritors of the covenant, would be ready. They had been preparing for this moment, this very sign, for generations. The time to reclaim their sacred space and the power it held was drawing near. The old president's work would finally be completed. Chapter 2: The Weight of Whispers. The official response to Lena Hansen's discovery was initially one of cautious curiosity, layered with bureaucratic inertia. A memo circulated, then another. Meetings were scheduled, postponed. then rescheduled with different attendees. Lena found herself explaining the sealed doorway, its unusual construction, and the absence of any record to a rotating cast of mid-level administrators, security personnel, and historical advisors, each more skeptical or territorial than the last. A forgotten storage space, Dr. Hansen, drawled a Mr. Abernathy from General Services Administration, a man whose primary concern seemed to be the renovation schedule. Sealed for what reason? Asbestos. Faulty wiring. We encounter these things periodically in older government buildings. Lena maintained her composure. The construction is inconsistent with a simple utility seal, Mr. Abernathy. The iron plate, the welds, the symbols etched into it, none of these suggest a mundane purpose. And its complete omission from all architectural plans, even classified ones I've been granted access to, is highly irregular for this particular building. A security specialist, a stern woman named Special Agent Thorne, no relation to any prohibited name list, listened intently, her gaze sharp. "The symbols you mentioned, Doctor, have you identified them?" "Not yet," Lena admitted. "They don't correspond to any known historical scripts or Masonic marks I'm familiar with. I've sent images to a few specialists in archaic symbology, discreetly, of course." Discretion was paramount. The White House was a tinderbox of potential media leaks and political exploitation. The decision to proceed and how eventually landed on the desk of the Chief of Staff, a pragmatic woman who valued efficiency and minimal disruption. After a final briefing, where Lena emphasized the unique nature of the find and the potential historical significance, a small, specialized team was approved. It would consist of Lena, a structural engineer, a forensics expert, and a dedicated security detail led by Special Agent Thorne. Their mandate: to assess the sealed section, determine its nature, and report back. Any further action would require higher approval. The days leading up to the first attempt to breach the seal were filled with meticulous preparation. The sub-basement corridor leading to the sealed doorway was isolated with temporary, alarmed partitions. Air quality monitors were installed. Equipment, ground-penetrating radar, thermal imagers, sensitive audio detectors, was brought in. Lena found herself sleeping little, her mind consumed by the mystery. The image of the strange symbols, the cold feel of the iron, the oppressive silence of that small section of the sub-basement, these things lingered. During one of her late-night research sessions in the temporary office assigned to her, a space cluttered with rolled blueprints and archival boxes, Lena stumbled upon a heavily redacted footnote in a biography of President Alistair Blackwood. Blackwood, a controversial figure from the mid-20th century, was known for his intense privacy, his documented periods of seclusion, and the whispers of unorthodox beliefs that had dogged his administration. The footnote referred to unsubstantiated rumors of private construction projects within the residence, details of which remain sealed under executive order, redacted. A chill traced its way down Lena's spine. Blackwood. His era matched the potential age of the brickwork, his documented paranoia a possible motive for such a clandestine, fortified space. If this sealed section was his creation, What obsession had driven him to such lengths? The team assembled before the iron plate on a cool Tuesday morning. The usual cacophony of the broader renovation project was a distant murmur. Here, in the cordoned-off corridor, the air was still, heavy with anticipation. The structural engineer, a man named Carter, had already conducted scans. "The iron plate is at least 4 inches thick," Carter reported, tapping a stylus on his tablet display. "The welds are deep, very solid. Behind it there's a void, approximately 10 feet deep, then another barrier, likely reinforced concrete. The brickwork surrounding the plate is keyed into older foundation structures. This was not an afterthought, it was integrated." Lena nodded. "Any signs of internal mechanisms, locks, bolts?" Carter shook his head. "None detectable from here. It's sealed from the outside, or the mechanism is shielded. The GPR suggests the space immediately behind the plate is small, like an airlock or a tiny antechamber." Special Agent Thorne and her 2 plainclothes officers stood impassively, observing. Thorne's eyes, however, missed nothing, constantly scanning the team, the equipment, the ominous iron plate itself. The forensics expert, a quiet woman named Dr. Ramirez, prepared to take samples of the air around the seal once a small breach was made. The plan was to use a specialized thermal lance to cut a small opening, a peephole through the iron. It was slow, painstaking work. The technician, clad in protective gear, directed the intense blue-white flame onto the metal. The air filled with the sharp scent of superheated iron and ozone. Tiny sparks showered the ground. Lena watched, her breath held. The faint thrum she had previously imagined now seemed undeniably real, a subtle resonance in the floor beneath her feet, in the very air she breathed. It was as if the sealed section was aware, resisting this intrusion. She glanced at the symbols etched near the cutting point. They seemed to shimmer in the periphery of her vision, almost mocking their efforts. Hours passed. The lance sputtered and hissed. The metal glowed cherry red, then white. Slowly, agonizingly, a small circle began to yield. From his discreet office within the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, Arthur Kendrick, Deputy Director of Interagency Coordination, received a text update on his secure device. "Initial breach commencing. Sector Gamma 7. Kendrick, a man whose bland title and unassuming demeanor concealed a fervent, lifelong devotion, typed a swift, encrypted reply. "Observe. Report any deviations. The orator expects vigilance." He then deleted both messages. His position provided him with unparalleled access to information flows, a perfect vantage point from which to serve the Covenant. The awakening of the sanctum was a sacred event, and he, the Capitol Guardian, would ensure its path was cleared, its purpose fulfilled. His grandfather had served President Blackwood directly, one of the original cabal. The legacy, the sacred trust, now rested with him. Back in the sub-basement, the technician finally shut down the thermal lance. A perfect, smoking circle, barely 3 inches in diameter, now marred the iron plate. Dr. Ramirez moved forward with her air-sampling probe. Lena approached, her heart thudding against her ribs. Special Agent Thorne was beside her, a compact, high-intensity flashlight in hand. Carter handed Lena a fiber-optic borescope. "Careful, Doctor," Thorne cautioned, her voice low. Lena nodded, her throat dry. She guided the flexible shaft of the borescope towards the opening. The metal was still radiating intense heat. She eased the tip through the smoking hole. The small screen on the borescope flickered to life, displaying a grainy, monochrome image. Dust motes danced in the narrow beam of the scope's light. Then form, darkness, more dust, and then something else. Not a wall, not machinery. It was fabric, dark, heavy fabric like a curtain, hanging just beyond the iron plate. It seemed to absorb the light, and as Lena adjusted the focus, she saw it. Intricate silver embroidery woven into the fabric. The patterns were complex, alien, disturbingly similar to the symbols on the outside of the door. A faint, almost inaudible whisper seemed to sigh from the opening, so soft it could have been the settling of dust or the draft from the lance cut. Lena felt the hairs on her arms prickle. The scent that emanated from the tiny hole was not just of age and disuse. There was something else, a dry, aromatic scent, like exotic incense, and something metallic, something that reminded her of old blood. "What do you see, Doctor?" Thorne's voice was a sharp point in the charged silence. Lena swallowed. "A curtain, heavily embroidered, the space is dressed." She tried to maneuver the scope further, but it met resistance. The curtain was thick, unyielding. Suddenly, the borescope screen flared white, then went dead. "What happened?" Carter exclaimed. "I don't know," Lena said, withdrawing the useless scope. Its tip was strangely warm, almost hot to the touch, despite the cooling metal around the hole. A new sound reached them, faint but distinct over the hum of the air scrubbers. It was a soft, rhythmic creaking, like heavy wood settling, or something else. Something large, slowly shifting in the darkness beyond the iron and the embroidered veil. The thrumming in the floor intensified for a moment, then subsided, leaving an even deeper, more unnerving silence in its wake. The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop several degrees. One of Thorne's officers, a young man, visibly shivered. Did anyone else hear that? Everyone had. The first, tangible hint that this forgotten space was not empty and not entirely benign. Chapter 3: The Orator's Decree. The news of the initial breach, the dark curtain, the dead borescope, and the unsettling sounds reached the Orator Primus within the hour. He sat in his private sanctuary, a room devoid of overt opulence but rich in atmospheric weight. The walls were lined with ancient, leather-bound books, their titles unreadable in the dim light that filtered through a single, high window of stained glass depicting a complex, abstract sigil. The air itself seemed to thrum with a contained energy. Archivist Umbra, a figure as old and desiccated as the tomes surrounding them, stood silently by a heavy oak table. Their gender was indeterminate, their face a collection of fine wrinkles and shadowed hollows, eyes like polished obsidian chips reflecting the room's gloom. They wore layers of dark, flowing fabric that rustled like dry leaves with every slight movement. "The veil is pierced," the Orator Primus stated, his voice calm, yet resonating with an undercurrent of triumph. He paced slowly before the window, the colored light painting fleeting, grotesque patterns across his sharp features. "They see only a curtain, a barrier of fabric. They do not comprehend it is a demarcation, a whisper of the sanctum's true nature. Archivist Umbra inclined their head, a gesture that might have been agreement or merely acknowledgement. Their voice, when they finally spoke, was a dry rustle, like sand sifting through ancient parchment. The outer guardians will stir. The president, in his wisdom, layered the protections. The curtain is but the first. Indeed, the orator Primus paused, his gaze fixed on the stained glass. This Dr. Hanson, she is the catalyst, unwitting perhaps but chosen by circumstance. The Capitol Guardian reports she is persistent. Curiosity is a dangerous virtue in sacred spaces, Archivist Umbra rasped. It pries where it is not welcome. A rare smile touched the orator's lips. Precisely, and her prying will create the openings we require. Our current adherents within the structure are limited in their access. This official investigation, however, will carve a path directly to the threshold. He turned from the window, his eyes, a startlingly pale gray, fixing upon the archivist. The inheritors are restless. For generations they have kept the faith, studied the rites, awaited the signs. This is the culmination. They are eager, Archivist Umbra conceded. Perhaps too eager. The path to the president's core is not for the impatient or the unprepared. The sanctum tests all who approach. They will be guided. The orator Primus moved to the oak table, placing his hands flat upon its cool, age-worn surface. Engraved into the wood, almost invisible unless sought, were the same sharp, geometric symbols Lena Hansen had seen on the iron plate. The time for passive waiting is over. The time for reclamation is at hand. The Capitol Guardian will continue to monitor, to subtly misdirect, to ensure the official channels do not become insurmountable obstacles. He then addressed the shadows in the corners of the room, from which other figures began to emerge, materializing as if from the very gloom itself. Sister Silence, her pale face a mask of unsettling serenity, her movements utterly soundless. Brother Oculus, his eyes already reflecting the faint glow of a small, hidden data screen he consulted. The gilded twins, tall and imposing, their dark attire hinting at wealth and menace. Pledge Veridian, his youthful face alight with a disturbing, fervent gleam. Children of the Covenant, the orator Primus began, his voice now taking on a richer, more resonant timbre, the persuasive power that could sway crowds and bend wills. The auguries are fulfilled. The president's sanctum, the heart of his great work, hidden from the profane for decades, has been touched by the outer world. A collective murmur, a sigh of anticipation, went through the assembled cultists. The uninitiated, led by this Hanson woman, blunder towards sacred ground. They seek to catalog, to understand with their sterile science, what can only be truly comprehended through devotion and ritual. His lip curled slightly. They will fail, but in their fumbling they will disturb the seals, awaken the wards. They will clear the path of mundane obstructions. He raised a hand and silence fell instantly. Our task is twofold. First, we observe their progress, guided by the Capitol Guardian's intelligence. We learn the new contours of the serpent's den. Second, we prepare. Archivist Umbra will instruct you in the necessary rites of purification and approach. The master of the threshold will prepare the offerings. His gaze fell upon Pledge Veridian, whose eyes shone with an almost manic light. "Patience, young one. Your zeal is noted, but the president's legacy demands precision, not haste. There will be a role for every one of you." He then looked towards Sister Silence. "Your unique talents may be required to ensure certain interferences are muted." Sister Silence inclined her head, a barely perceptible movement. Brother Oculus maintained surveillance. Any deviation in the official team's access, any unexpected security measures, I must know immediately. Brother Oculus nodded, his fingers already flying across his hidden interface. "The Gilded Twins," the orator continued, his voice dropping slightly, "ensure our resources are liquid, our avenues of influence open. There may be expenses." The twins nodded in unison, their expressions unreadable. "The President," the orator Primus intoned, his voice now imbued with an almost hypnotic quality, "sought to create a bulwark against the encroaching chaos of a world lost to materialism and spiritual decay. He communed with powers that predate nations, that understand true authority. He was building a new Eden, a vessel of transformation here in the very heart of worldly power. His work was interrupted, his sanctum sealed by lesser men, fearful men." He swept his gaze across his followers. "We are his heirs. We are the inheritors of that covenant. We will not simply reclaim a space. We will reignite a dormant power. We will complete the great work. The world outside festers oblivious. Soon it will feel the shift, the reassertion of true order." He paused, letting his words sink in. The silence in the room was thick, charged. "Go now," the orator Primus commanded. "Prepare yourselves. Study the texts. Purify your spirits. The Capitol Guardian will signal when the moment is ripe for our first direct intercession. The President's sanctum awaits its rightful stewards." One by one, the cultists dispersed, melting back into the shadows from which they came, leaving the orator Primus alone once more with Archivist Umbra. "The energies within the sanctum will be volatile after so long," Archivist Umbra stated, their voice a dry whisper. "The old guardians, the echoes. They will recognize their masters' true successors," the orator Primus said with absolute conviction. "Or they will be reminded. The President's will is embedded in the very stones, in the fabric of the place. We carry that same will in our blood, in our souls." Archivist Umbra considered this, their ancient eyes unblinking. "Blood will be required. The old packs are hungry." "Then blood will be provided," the orator Primus replied without hesitation, his gaze distant, already seeing beyond the present, to the transformed world he intended to bring forth from that forgotten, sealed space beneath the White House. The slight, almost imperceptible tremor he sometimes felt when channeling the president's intent, a faint resonance from the sanctum itself, pulsed a little stronger now, a silent affirmation of his decree. The game had truly begun. Chapter 4: Etchings and Echoes. The days following the initial breach of the iron plate were a tense ballet of cautious investigation and mounting frustration for Lena Hansen and her team. The dead borescope was sent to a specialized lab, its sudden failure unexplained. The subtle, cold draft from the 3-inch hole persisted, carrying that strange, aromatic, and faintly metallic scent. The rhythmic creaking sound did not return, yet its memory hung in the air, a silent question mark. Special Agent Thorne insisted on a full security review of the incident. Equipment doesn't just die like that, Dr. Hansen. Not with that kind of energy signature the techs picked up from the tip. Lena, poring over magnified images of the embroidery visible through the hole before the scope failed, felt a prickle of agreement. The patterns were mesmerizingly complex, flowing, yet possessed of a rigid underlying geometry. They seemed to draw the eye inward, creating an almost vertiginous effect even in still photographs. She had cross-referenced them with databases of occult symbols, alchemical notations, and tribal art from around the globe. Nothing matched. These were unique, bespoke to whatever purpose this sealed section served. Carter, the structural engineer, focused on trying to understand the layers beyond the iron plate and the curtain. His ground-penetrating radar showed the 10-foot void, then the reinforced concrete barrier, which he estimated to be at least 3 feet thick. It's like a bank vault, Lena, or a bunker. Whatever President Blackwood, if it was him, built, he intended it to last, and to keep people out, or perhaps, he added grimly, to keep something in. Dr. Ramirez, the forensics expert, managed to get a more stable air sample. The preliminary analysis was baffling. Standard atmospheric components, of course, she reported, frowning at her readouts. Traces of dust consistent with old textiles, cellulose. But there are also complex organic compounds I can't identify. Aromatic hydrocarbons, some unusual aldehydes, and faint traces of heavy metals, copper, silver, and something that isn't registering cleanly, possibly an alloy. She paused. The metallic scent you noted, it's real. It's not just rust or old iron. Lena felt a growing sense of disquiet. This was not a forgotten storage room. This was something purpose-built, layered with unknown materials and imbued with an atmosphere that defied easy explanation. She spent hours in the White House archives, cross-referencing any mention of President Blackwood's activities during his terms, specifically focusing on periods of renovation or construction. Most records were mundane: repairs to the East Wing roof, refurbishment of the state dining room. But there were gaps, periods of several weeks where Blackwood was listed as in residence, working privately, with no further details. One such period coincided with a large, vaguely documented order for specialized building materials, non-standard specifications, delivered to a temporary, secure access point that no longer existed. The Capitol Guardian, Arthur Kendrick, received daily summaries of the team's slow progress. He read them in his meticulously ordered office, his expression unchanging. Dr. Hansen's persistence was notable. Her focus on Blackwood was an inevitable outcome of competent research. He made a subtle adjustment to the flow of archival requests, ensuring certain tangential, more alarming documents concerning Blackwood's philosophical studies remained buried a little deeper, a little longer. Let her discover the mundane shell first. The Covenant preferred a gradual awakening of the sanctum's more active elements. One afternoon, while Carter was attempting a more sensitive seismic survey of the concrete wall behind the void, Lena was examining the brickwork around the iron plate yet again. She ran her fingers along the mortar lines, smooth and expertly finished. Then, Her glove snagged on something. A tiny, almost invisible irregularity. Crouching, she used a fine brush from her kit to sweep away decades of fine dust. There, etched into the surface of a single brick, so faintly it was almost invisible without direct, raking light, was another symbol. It was different from the ones on the iron plate, smaller, more intricate, almost spidery. It looked like a stylized eye or perhaps a starburst. Excitement warred with apprehension. She searched the adjoining bricks, another one and another. A pattern began to emerge. These tiny symbols were not random. They formed a line, a circuit, around the entire periphery of the sealed doorway, embedded in the bricks themselves. "Carter, come here a moment," she called, her voice low. He joined her, peering at the symbol she indicated. "Never noticed those. What are they?" "I don't know, but they're deliberate." She quickly photographed them, her mind racing. Were they wards, instructions, a hidden signature of the builders? As Carter's seismic equipment sent its delicate vibrations into the structure, a low hum began to emanate from the wall, not just from the iron plate this time, but from the bricks themselves. It was barely perceptible, more a feeling in the bones than a sound, but it was undeniably present. The air grew colder, the metallic scent stronger. Lena and Carter exchanged a look. "The equipment," he ventured, though his tone lacked conviction. "Shut it down," Lena ordered. Carter did. The hum persisted for a few seconds longer, then slowly faded like a sigh. "This place, it reacts," Carter stated, his voice hushed. "It's not just a passive structure." That evening, unable to shake the feeling of being watched, Lena reviewed the photographs of the brick symbols on her secure laptop. As she zoomed in on one, enhancing the contrast, she noticed something else. Microscopic scratches within the main etching, forming even tinier lines. Letters. She applied a digital filter, sharpening the image. Her breath caught. They were letters, Latin letters forming a partial word. Serva. Servere. To watch, to keep, to guard, to preserve. She frantically scanned the other symbols. Another partial word. Silentio. In silence. Another, abyss. From the abyss. Fragmented phrases. Serva in silentio ab abysso. Guard in silence from the abyss, or perhaps keep the silence of the abyss. A profound chill settled over Lena. This was not mere architecture. This was a containment. President Blackwood hadn't just built a private room. He had built a cage or a sanctuary against something he perceived as an abyss. The paranoia, the eccentricities, they were taking on a terrifying new context. Deep within the hidden recesses of the sealed section, undisturbed for decades, something did stir. Not a physical movement, but a shift in the dormant energies. The weeping sentinels, two imposing suits of antique armor standing in the dusty antechamber behind the embroidered curtain, remained motionless, their surfaces filmed with the patina of age. Yet within the empty helms, a faint, cold light flickered for a moment, then died. The subtle vibrations from Carter's equipment, the focused intent of Lena's investigation, had brushed against the outer layers of their ancient binding. The president's will, embedded in their very metal, sensed a disturbance at the threshold. Their vigil, long dormant, was beginning to reassert itself. The silence they kept was not empty. It was waiting. and the metallic scent in the air, the scent of old iron and something more, seemed to weep from their joints, a precursor to the tar-like substance that would later mark their awakening. The echoes of President Blackwood's fears, his desperate occult engineering, were beginning to resonate in the present. Lena Hansen, driven by scientific curiosity, was unknowingly tracing the edges of a ritual, a working of immense, forgotten power. And the inheritors of the covenant, guided by the orator Primus, were preparing to step into the heart of it. Chapter 5: The Uninvited Guest. The discovery of the Latin inscription sent a ripple of unease through the small investigation team and the higher echelons of White House administration. "Guard in silence from the abyss." The phrase was chillingly evocative, transforming the sealed section from a historical curiosity into a potential Pandora's box. Progress slowed as new protocols were discussed, new experts consulted, this time specialists in religious history and non-traditional belief systems. Lena felt the shift. The cautious curiosity of her superiors was now tinged with genuine concern, even a hint of fear. Meetings became more frequent, voices more hushed. Special Agent Thorne's security detail was quietly augmented. The corridor leading to the sealed door became a stricter checkpoint. "We need to consider the possibility," a somber advisor to the Chief of Staff stated during one such meeting, that President Blackwood was involved in unconventional activities, activities that might have necessitated such extreme secrecy and warnings. "Occult practices," Lena offered, watching the faces around the polished mahogany table. Some shifted uncomfortably. Others looked merely skeptical. "The term is loaded, Dr. Hansen," the advisor replied smoothly. "Let us say, for now, non-mainstream spiritual pursuits. The point is, we don't know what these inscriptions truly refer to, or what, if anything, lies beyond that concrete wall." The decision was made to temporarily halt any further attempts at physical breach. Instead, the focus would be on non-invasive analysis, archival research, and trying to understand the context of Blackwood's beliefs. Lena, while frustrated by the delay, understood the caution. The stakes felt immeasurably higher now. The faint thrumming, the cold spots, the dead borescope, these were no longer isolated incidents but pieces of a disturbing puzzle. Arthur Kendrick, the Capitol Guardian, observed these developments with quiet satisfaction. The bureaucracy was, in its own way, serving the Covenant's purpose. The delay bought the orator Primus time to prepare his followers. The heightened security, ironically, made the official team's eventual, inevitable return to the breach point a more controlled event, easier to predict, perhaps easier to infiltrate when the moment was right. He subtly fed innocuous, yet time-consuming, research leads to Dr. Hansen's archival requests, sending her down rabbit holes that circled the truth but never quite pierced its core. One evening, Lena was working late again, alone in her temporary office. The rest of the team had departed. The broader White House complex was settling into its nighttime quiet, a hush that always felt different from the silence of the sub-basement. She was comparing Blackwood's known associates with lists of prominent figures in esoteric societies of the era. The connections were tenuous, circumstantial, yet a shadowy network seemed to flicker at the edges of her research. A soft sound from the corridor outside her office door made her pause. A footstep. The building was never entirely empty. Security patrols were regular, but this was different, softer, more deliberate. She rose, moving quietly to the door, and listened. Silence. Perhaps it was her imagination, her nerves frayed by weeks of intense focus and unsettling discoveries. She was about to turn away when she heard it again. A faint rustle, like heavy fabric brushing against a wall. Her hand went to the secure phone on her desk, ready to call Thorne's team. She slowly reached for the doorknob. She opened the door a crack, peering out. The corridor was dimly lit by emergency lights. Empty. She frowned. Had she truly imagined it? Then a flicker of movement at the far end of the corridor, near the stairwell leading down to the sub-basement levels. A shadow detaching itself from deeper shadows. It was a figure, tall and slender, draped in dark clothing that seemed to absorb the light. Before Lena could get a clear view, it slipped into the stairwell and was gone. Her heart hammered. That was no security guard. The way it moved, fluid, silent, almost unnaturally graceful, was deeply unsettling, and it was heading towards the sealed section. She grabbed her phone, her fingers fumbling slightly as she keyed in Thorne's direct number. Agent Thorne, Lena Hansen. I think there's an unauthorized individual in the West Wing, lower level, heading towards Sector Gamma 7. I just saw someone. Thorne's voice was instantly alert, all business. Stay where you are, Doctor. Lock your door. Patrols are converging. Lena heard the urgency. She locked her office door, her mind racing. Who could it be? And how did they know about Sector Gamma 7? Access to this area was now severely restricted. Minutes later, Thorne's voice came over the comms unit on Lena's desk. Dr. Hansen, we have teams sweeping the lower levels. No sign of any intruder. All access points secure. Are you certain about what you saw? Lena felt a flush of frustration. I am positive, Agent Thorne. A tall figure, dark clothing, moved into the stairwell leading down. The stairwell is clear. My people are in the corridor outside Gamma 7 now. Nothing. No heat signatures on the thermal, no motion detected. Thorne paused. Could it have been someone from the late shift maintenance crew you didn't recognize? No, Lena insisted. The way they moved, it wasn't normal. She hesitated, then added, the fabric they were wearing. It looked like those old, heavy robes you see in historical illustrations. A silence on the other end. Then Thorne said more gently, Doctor, you've been under a lot of stress. This project. It's unusual. Perhaps you should get some rest. Lena knew Thorne was trying to be diplomatic, but the implication was clear. She was overtired, imaginative. Yet the image of that silent, gliding figure was seared into her mind. It was real. She didn't argue further. Perhaps you're right, Agent Thorne. Good night. She hung up, but she didn't feel reassured. The building felt different now, the silence more charged. Had the figure reached the sealed section? Or had it simply vanished, a phantom of the White House's many secrets? Miles away in the candlelit sanctuary, Archivist Umbra stood before the Orator Primus. Their dry voice was barely a whisper. The approach was observed by the Hansen woman. The orator Primus showed no surprise. A minor complication. Did our scout reach the threshold? Briefly, Archivist Umbra confirmed. The outer energies are stirring as anticipated. The air is receptive. The old protections are dormant but not dead. The initial breach, however small, has created a resonance. And the Hanson woman. She is alert, perhaps more perceptive than anticipated. The orator Primus considered this. It matters little. Her perceptions will not alter the path. Let her see shadows. Soon she will witness substance. He smiled faintly. Perhaps our scout left a small token, a reminder that the sanctum has other guardians, other interested parties. Back in her office, Lena felt an inexplicable chill despite the regulated temperature. Her gaze fell upon her desk. Sitting neatly beside her keyboard, where it certainly hadn't been moments before, was a single, pressed and desiccated flower. It was a dark, purplish-black bloom she didn't recognize, its petals unnaturally preserved, almost leathery. It emitted a faint, sweet, yet cloying odor that seemed to coat the back of her throat. She hadn't put it there. The door had been locked. Her blood ran cold. The uninvited guest had not just been in the corridor. They had been in her office, close, and they had left a message. The investigation was no longer a one-sided affair. Something or someone was now investigating them. The game of shadows had acquired a new, more personal dimension. Chapter 6: The Covenant's Mark. The appearance of the strange, black flower on Lena's locked desk sent a fresh wave of alarm through the official channels. Special Agent Thorne, no longer doubting Lena's earlier sighting, personally oversaw a meticulous forensic sweep of Lena's office and the surrounding corridors. No forced entry, no prints other than Lena's, no fibers apart from those consistent with White House staff and furnishings. The flower itself was an enigma. Botanists consulted via secure channels could not identify the species. It seemed ancient, preserved with an unknown technique. "They're professionals," Thorne stated grimly to Lena, in the relative privacy of the cordoned-off corridor outside Sector Gamma 7. The two women now shared an unspoken understanding, a bond forged by the escalating weirdness. Whoever it was, they're disciplined, and they know this building's vulnerabilities. Or, Lena countered quietly, her gaze drifting towards the impassive iron plate, they operate with advantages we don't comprehend. The flower, now sealed in an evidence bag, had left a lingering, sickly sweet scent in her office, a scent that made her feel vaguely nauseous. The incident, classified as a security anomaly, nevertheless strengthened Lena's argument for a more proactive investigation into President Blackwood's activities. If an unknown group was interested in the sealed section, understanding what they were after became paramount. The focus shifted back to the archives, but this time with a new urgency. A new list of names to cross-reference figures Blackwood might have associated with in less conventional circles. Arthur Kendrick, the Capitol Guardian, found himself working harder to subtly curate the information flowing towards Lena's team. He couldn't block everything, not without raising suspicion. But he could delay, misdirect, bury the truly damning evidence under mountains of irrelevant bureaucracy. The orator Primus had been clear. Dr. Hanson was to be the key, not the lock. Her discoveries should pave the way, not bar it. The flower was a calculated risk, a message not just for Hansen, but for any factions within the government who might be tempted to seal the project down permanently. The Covenant was watching. The orator Primus, meanwhile, gathered his inner circle. The time for mere observation was ending. Archivist Umbra, he addressed the ancient figure. The token was well received, it seems. It has quickened the pulse of the uninitiated. Archivist Umbra inclined their head. Their voice, like rustling silk, filled the dimly lit chamber. The sanctum's outer aura responds to proximity. The flower was culled from the president's long-dormant conservatory, a place where earthly flora was, encouraged to commune with other influences. It carries a trace of that communion. And our own people. The orator Primus's pale eyes scanned the faces of his lieutenants, Sister Silence, Brother Oculus, the imposing gilded twins, the fervent pledge Viridian. Are they prepared for the next phase? Master of the Threshold, a gaunt man with hands stained by strange substances, spoke up, his voice raspy. The attunement rituals are complete, orator. The offerings are consecrated. We can approach the sanctum's perimeter when you command. Good, the orator Primus nodded. The official investigation, thanks to our botanical gift, will soon be forced to become more invasive. They cannot ignore the mystery indefinitely. When they next attempt to pierce the veil, we will be present, not to hinder initially, but to observe the sanctum's direct response, to gauge the strength of the old wards and the temperament of the residents. He allowed a thin smile. Pledge Viridian shifted, his eyes bright. And then, orator, then do we reclaim what is ours. Patience, Pledge Viridian, the orator Primus cautioned, though his tone was less stern than before. The president's great work was one of immense complexity. One does not simply fling open a door that has been sealed by decades of fear and forgetting. We must re-sanctify the space, step by step, according to the old rites. The rites of approach, then the rites of entry, then the rites of communion. Archivist Umbra elaborated, their voice a dry whisper. Each layer of the sanctum requires a specific understanding, a resonance. To rush is to invite dissonance, and dissonance in such a place can be unmaking. Lena, unaware of these detailed preparations, found herself drawn to the journals recovered from the initial brief exploration of Blackwood's era. Not the official presidential diaries, but fragmented, personal notes, filled with cryptic allusions and strange diagrams. One recurring phrase caught her attention: the covenant of the purest form. She cross-referenced it. Nothing in established historical records, no known society or order. Was this Blackwood's name for his own private philosophy, or for a group he led? She focused on the diagrams. They were not architectural. They depicted celestial alignments, geometric patterns intertwined with what looked like organic branching structures. And woven throughout them, appearing again and again, were the same sharp, angular symbols found on the iron plate and the embroidered curtain. One evening, comparing a complex diagram from Blackwood's journal with a high-resolution image of the curtain's embroidery, Lena gasped. It was a match. Not just similar symbols, but an entire section of the curtain's pattern was a direct, intricate reproduction of one of Blackwood's most complex drawings. The curtain was not mere decoration. It was a map, a key, a part of the very system Blackwood had designed. She felt a sudden, intense urge to return to the sealed door, to see the curtain again through the small hole, to compare it directly. The official moratorium on approaching the breach was still in effect, but the pull was almost physical. She found Special Agent Thorne in the makeshift command post near Sector Gamma 7. Thorne was reviewing security logs, her expression weary. "Agent Thorne," Lena began, trying to keep the excitement from her voice, "I've found something. A direct link between Blackwood's private journals and the embroidery on that curtain. I need to see it again." Thorne looked up, her eyes narrowed. "The order stands, Doctor. No approach to the breach point without full team and explicit authorization." "I understand that," Lena pressed, "but this could be crucial. If the curtain is a schematic, it might tell us what's behind it, how it operates." Thorne considered her. Lena's recent experiences, the intruder, the flower, had lent her a new, more determined edge. "I can't authorize a breach, even a visual one. But," she relented slightly, "I will accompany you to the outer cordon. You can review your photographs there. Perhaps a fresh look in proximity will help." It was a small concession, but Lena seized it. They walked down the now familiar corridor, their footsteps echoing in the preternatural quiet that always seemed to deepen as they neared Sector Gamma 7. The air was cold, the metallic scent more pronounced than Lena remembered. As they reached the temporary barrier, Thorne's hand instinctively went to the sidearm beneath her jacket. Lena felt it too, a subtle pressure in the air, a feeling of being watched not by human eyes, but by something else. Lena spread her high-resolution photographs of the curtain's embroidery on a small, government tissue folding table. She compared them with the photocopies of Blackwood's journal diagrams. The correlation was undeniable. Suddenly, a low groan emanated from beyond the iron plate. It was not the settling creak they had heard before. This was deeper, more resonant, like stressed metal, or something stirring from a long slumber. Both women froze. Thorne's hand tightened on her weapon. Then from the small, 3-inch hole in the iron plate, a wisp of something dark like black smoke or fine, dark powder puffed out. It eddied for a moment in the still air of the corridor, then coalesced, just for a second, into a shape. A shape that Lena, with a sickening lurch in her stomach, recognized. It was the silhouette of one of the spidery symbols etched into the bricks. The eye, or starburst. For a heartbeat, the dark, particulate form hung there, impossibly sharp against the pale wall, then it dispersed, drifting away like disturbed dust. Lena stared, speechless. Thorne swore under her breath. "What in God's name was that?" Thorne whispered, her eyes wide, fixed on the hole. Before Lena could answer, a new sound began. A faint, rhythmic dripping, drip, 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 coming from inside the sealed section. And with it the metallic scent intensified, now mixed with something else, something cloying and rust-like. The Covenant's mark had been made, not with a flower this time, but with a manifestation from the sanctum itself. It was a sign that the old powers were stirring, responding to the continued attention and perhaps to the proximity of those who sought to reawaken them fully. The period of passive waiting was indeed over. Chapter 7. The Sentinels Weep. The puff of dark, symbol-shaped dust and the subsequent rhythmic dripping from beyond the iron plate shattered the official reluctance to proceed. Fear, it turned out, was a more potent motivator than cautious bureaucracy. Within 24 hours, an emergency consultation with the highest levels of the administration resulted in a stark directive: ascertain the nature of the threat, quietly and quickly. The moratorium was lifted. Lena Hansen's team was to prepare for a full breach of the iron plate. The atmosphere within the small investigative unit was now thick with a mixture of trepidation and grim determination. Carter, the engineer, meticulously planned the cutting of the plate, opting for a method that would minimize vibration and heat transfer beyond what was absolutely necessary. Dr. Ramirez prepared more sophisticated atmospheric sensors and sample collection devices. Special Agent Thorne, her face set in harder lines since the incident with the dust symbol, doubled her security team and insisted on thermal imaging of the plate before any work commenced. "Whatever is in there," Thorne stated bluntly to Lena, "it's aware of us, and it's reacting. We proceed as if entering hostile territory." Lena, while apprehensive, also felt a surge of vindication. The strange occurrences were not figments of her imagination. The sealed section was not inert. The Latin inscriptions, Blackwood's cryptic journals, the symbols, they all pointed to something far beyond a forgotten room. The term abyss from the brick etchings echoed in her mind with a new, chilling resonance. Arthur Kendrick, from his vantage point, noted the shift in pace. The Covenant's subtle provocations had worked, perhaps too well. The authorities were now moving with an urgency that could be problematic if not carefully managed. He sent a coded message to the Orator Primus. Phase 2 imminent. Official team preparing full breach of outer seal. Increased vigilance required. Expect activity. The Orator Primus received the message as Archivist Umbra was anointing the foreheads of the chosen cultists with a fragrant dark oil. Sister Silence, Brother Oculus, the master of the threshold, and even the usually restless Pledge Viridian stood with unnerving stillness, their eyes closed. "The hour approaches," the Orator Primus announced, his voice a low thrum in the candle-lit chamber. "The profane will serve as our hands, opening the way. We will observe their first true encounter with the President's ingenuity. Note their reactions, their fear. It will feed the sanctum." Archivist Umbra, their task complete, stepped back, their shadowy form blending with the tapestries that depicted celestial charts and sigil-laden beasts. "The Sentinels will be the first true test. Their slumber has been disturbed." The dripping sound the Hansen woman reported. "It is a precursor. They weep before they awaken fully." "The weeping sentinels," the Orator Primus murmured, a hint of reverence in his tone. "President Blackwood's most elegant guardians, forged not just of steel but of loyalty and consecrated pain. They will not suffer the unworthy to pass." Back in the sub-basement, the air around Sector Gamma 7 was thick with tension. Carter's technicians, clad in full protective gear, made the final adjustments to a sophisticated plasma cutter, a device capable of slicing through the thick iron plate with relative precision. "Lena," Thorne and Ramirez stood back, observing from behind a newly erected transparent blast shield. The thermal scan of the plate showed an even, cool temperature, except for the small, 3-inch hole from the previous breach. That hole still radiated a faint, inexplicable warmth. "Commencing cut," Carter announced, his voice tight. The plasma cutter hissed to life, a brilliant blue-white arc leaping to the iron. The acrid smell of vaporized metal filled the air, even through the ventilation system. The process was slow, deliberate, tracing the outline of a small, removable section rather than trying to take off the entire plate. Lena watched, her gaze fixed on the glowing line of the cut. The faint thrumming in the floor was back, stronger this time, a palpable vibration that seemed to resonate deep within her chest. The dripping sound from within had stopped when the cutter started, but the silence it left behind was somehow more ominous. Hours crawled by. The technicians worked in shifts. The oppressive atmosphere was mentally and physically exhausting. Lena found herself clutching a small, smooth stone she kept in her pocket, a habit from her childhood, a talisman against unseen anxieties. Finally, with a groan of tortured metal, the cut was complete. A rectangular section of the iron plate, about 3 feet square, was now loose. Carter's team carefully attached magnetic lifters. "Ready to remove the section," Carter called out, his voice strained. "All non-essential personnel clear the immediate area." Lena, Thorne, and Ramirez remained behind the blast shield. Thorne had her hand on her sidearm. Ramirez had a sophisticated air sniffer ready. "On my mark," Carter said. 3, 2, 1, lift." The magnets engaged. With a screech of metal on metal, the heavy iron section was pulled away from the main plate, revealing a dark, square opening. The first thing that hit them was the smell. The sickly sweet, metallic, and aromatic scent they had only experienced in wisps before now billowed out, thick and cloying like a physical presence. It was the scent of ancient incense, dried blood, ozone, and something else, something indescribably old and wrong. Dr. Ramirez's air sniffer instantly began to beep erratically. Then they saw it. The heavy, embroidered curtain, just as Lena had described, hung perhaps a foot beyond the opening. Its silver symbols seemed to shimmer in the harsh work lights, almost alive. And then the dripping started again. Louder this time, drip, drip, drip. From behind the curtain, a dark, viscous liquid began to seep, pooling on the threshold of the opening, then dripping slowly onto the sub-basement floor. It was thick, black, and tar-like, with an oily sheen. "What is that stuff?" Carter exclaimed, recoiling slightly. Before anyone could answer, the curtain twitched, not from a draft. It bulged outward slightly, as if something behind it had shifted. Thorne raised her weapon, aiming at the opening. "Hold your positions." The curtain was slowly, deliberately, drawn aside from within, revealing the 10-foot-deep antechamber Carter's GPR had detected. Standing silently in the gloom, one on either side of the space, were 2 figures. They were tall, over 7 feet, and encased in antique suits of what looked like blackened ceremonial armor. The style was archaic, possibly 16th or 17th century European, with ornate, fluted breastplates and visored helms. The armor was dark, filmed with age and dust, but the source of the dripping was now terrifyingly clear. The black, tar-like substance was weeping from the joints of the armor, from the elbows, the shoulders, the visors of the helms, the spaces between the armored gauntlets and vambraces. It oozed slowly, relentlessly, forming small puddles at their feet. The weeping sentinels. They were utterly motionless, yet their presence was overwhelming, radiating an aura of profound menace and ancient sorrow. No eyes were visible behind the dark slits of their visors, but Lena felt a gaze, cold and inhuman, pressing upon her. "Sweet mother," one of Thorne's officers whispered, his voice cracking. The air in the corridor dropped another 10 degrees. The thrumming in the floor intensified, becoming a low, gut-churning growl. Then one of the sentinels moved. Its head, encased in the dark helm, turned with a slow, grating screech of metal on metal, the sound of rust and ancient mechanisms grinding together. It turned until its visor seemed to fix directly on Lena. The dripping from its joints increased, the black tears flowing faster. A low moan, like wind through a sepulchre, seemed to emanate from the figure, or perhaps from the very air around it. It was a sound of immense suffering, yet also of implacable will. Lena felt a primal fear grip her, colder and sharper than anything she had ever experienced. This was no historical artifact. This was a guardian, and it was awake. From a shadowed alcove far down a disused service tunnel that connected, through a series of forgotten passages, to the deeper levels below Sector Gamma 7, Brother Oculus watched the scene unfold on a small, shielded monitor, the feed pirated from a compromised security camera. He adjusted a tiny microphone. "Orator, the sentinels are active. They weep. One has," focused on the Hanson woman. The Orator Primus's voice, cool and distant, came through Oculus's earpiece. "Excellent. Observe their capabilities. Note their response patterns. This is precisely what the President designed them for, to assess, to intimidate, to filter. The unworthy will falter. The chosen will understand." The sentinel that had focused on Lena took a slow, ponderous step forward. The grating sound of its movement was agonizing. The black tears dripped faster, splattering onto the dusty floor of the antechamber. It raised a gauntleted hand, not in attack, but as if in a gesture of warning or summons. The second sentinel remained motionless, still weeping, its visor facing forward, a silent, implacable twin. The team behind the blast shield was frozen, a tableau of disbelief and encroaching terror. The moment stretched, each drip of the black substance echoing like a hammer blow in the suffocating silence. The path into President Blackwood's sanctum was open, but its guardians were now stirring, and their sorrow was a chilling prelude to their purpose. Chapter 8: The Sanctum's Breath. The advance of the weeping sentinel, slow and deliberate as it was, shattered the shocked paralysis of Lena's team. Special Agent Thorne was the first to react, her voice cutting through the thick, cold air. "Hold your fire unless I give the order. Carter, can we reseal that opening now?" Carter, his face pale, shook his head. "Not quickly. The plate section is heavy, the magnets. It would take time we might not have. The sentinel continued its ponderous advance, each step accompanied by that awful grinding sound and the accelerated dripping of the black ichor. It was now halfway across the small antechamber, its featureless visor still locked on Lena. The air it displaced felt ancient, carrying the scent of cold iron and something akin to grave dust. Dr. Ramirez, those air readings, Lena managed, her voice strained. She couldn't tear her gaze from the approaching figure. It felt like a nightmare made real, a relic animated by sheer malevolent will. Ramirez, fumbling slightly with her equipment, called out readings. Off the charts, unknown particulates, extreme ionization. The organic compounds are spiking, the metallic traces too. This isn't just displacement. The air composition is actively changing around that thing. The sentinel raised its gauntleted hand higher. From within the visor, a faint red light pulsed, once, twice, like a dying ember fanned by a sudden breath. Then a sound issued from it, not the earlier moan, but a harsh, scraping whisper, like stone on stone, forming words that were almost, but not quite, recognizable. They were guttural, ancient-sounding, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. Evade retro, it seemed to rasp, the sound chilling Lena to the bone. Go back. It spoke. One of Thorne's officers stammered, his weapon wavering. Steady, Thorne barked. It's a warning, don't provoke it. But the sentinel did not stop. It continued its slow, inexorable approach towards the opening. Lena's mind, despite the fear, was racing. President Blackwood's ingenuity, to assess, to intimidate, to filter. This wasn't just a guard, it was a test. What was it assessing? Fear, intent. The other sentinel remained a motionless statue by the far wall of the antechamber, still weeping its black tears, a silent witness or a reserve yet to be committed. Suddenly, Pledge Veridian, hidden with Brother Oculus in the service tunnel, made an impulsive move. He'd been watching the feed with growing agitation, his youthful face flushed with a mixture of awe and impatience. The sentinels were magnificent, terrifying creations of the president himself. To see them confronting the profane intruders, it was a sacred moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to be closer, to participate. "I'm going in," he hissed to Oculus, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "They need to know the true inheritors are here." "Pledge, hold your position." The orator's orders were to observe. Oculus whispered urgently, trying to grab Veridian's arm. But Veridian, fueled by zeal and a misunderstanding of his role, pulled away. "The orator will understand. This is a sign." He carried a small, crudely carved wooden idol of President Blackwood, clutching it like a holy relic. He slipped from the alcove and darted down a side passage he knew led to a ventilation shaft that, according to old, illicitly acquired schematics, emerged closer to the antechamber. Oculus swore under his breath, tapping furiously at his comms. "Orator, Pledge Veridian has broken discipline. He's attempting to approach the antechamber. Unauthorized." The orator Primus's voice came back, cold as ice. "Foolish child, his fervor outstrips his wisdom. Do not intervene directly unless he compromises the larger observation. Let the sanctum instruct him." Meanwhile, the first sentinel was almost at the threshold of the opening. Its presence was a palpable force, a wave of cold and ancient dread. The red light in its visor pulsed again. Lena felt an overwhelming pressure in her head, a dizzying disorientation. The symbols on the curtain behind the sentinel seemed to writhe, to shift. Then, from a ventilation grate high on the wall of the main corridor, just outside the cordoned-off area, came a sudden clatter. Pledge Viridian, having navigated the cramped, dusty shaft, kicked the grate loose and dropped somewhat ungracefully to the floor. He was disheveled, his dark clothing smeared with grime, but his eyes burned with righteous fire. "Hold, defilers!" Viridian cried, brandishing his wooden idol. "You trespass on sacred ground. This place belongs to the heirs of President Blackwood, to the covenant of the purest form." Thorne and her team whirled around, weapons instantly trained on the newcomer. "Freeze, federal agent, hands where I can see them." Viridian ignored them, his gaze fixed with religious awe on the sentinel which had paused at his sudden appearance. "Great Sentinel, I am Pledge Viridian of the Covenant. We have come to honor the President's work, to continue his sacred charge." The sentinel's head tilted slightly, the grinding sound exquisite in its deliberation. The red light in its visor flickered rapidly, then fixed on Viridian. The scraping whisper came again, louder this time, more insistent. "Impurus," the word was laden with contempt, "unclean." Viridian, misinterpreting the sentinel's attention as acknowledgement, took a step forward towards the blast shield, intending to approach the opening. "Yes, we are pure. We have kept the faith." The sentinel moved with shocking speed. For a creature that had advanced with such ponderous effort, its strike was like lightning. Its gauntleted arm lashed out, not towards Viridian, but it slammed its massive fist against the inner wall of the antechamber, just beside the opening. The impact was deafening, like a battering ram. The reinforced concrete shuddered. A section of the embroidered curtain ripped. But more than that, a wave of invisible force erupted from the point of impact, a concussive blast of pure kinetic energy mixed with something else, something that made Lena's teeth ache and the air crackle. The blast shield protecting Lena's team bowed inward violently, spiderweb cracks instantly appearing across its surface. Alarms shrieked. Carter and Ramirez were thrown backward. Lena felt a searing pain in her ears as the pressure wave hit. Pledge Viridian, closer to the opening though outside the direct path of the visible blast, was not spared. He was lifted off his feet and hurled against the far wall of the corridor with sickening force. His wooden idol shattered. He slumped to the ground, motionless. Thorne, though staggered, kept her feet, her weapon still aimed, though her expression was one of profound shock. "Report, status." The sentinel slowly retracted its fist from the dented inner wall. The red light in its visor faded. It remained still for a moment, the black ichor still weeping from its joints. Then, with that same agonizing slowness, it began to retreat, stepping back into the shadows of the antechamber. The other sentinel had not moved, a silent, dark monument. As the first sentinel backed away, the heavy embroidered curtain began to draw itself closed, sliding with an eerie smoothness, the silver symbols seeming to knit themselves back together where the fabric had torn. Within moments, the opening was once again veiled, the antechamber hidden from view. The dripping sound, however, continued, a rhythmic, unsettling reminder of what lay beyond. Brother Oculus, watching his monitor, reported calmly, "Pledge Veridian neutralized by Sentinel. Non-lethal, appears concussive." Curtain resealed itself. First Sentinel demonstrated significant localized force projection. Second Sentinel remains inactive. The Orator Primus's voice was devoid of emotion. A valuable lesson in obedience and the Sanctum's discernment. Retrieve Veridian when tactically feasible. The others, they now understand a fraction more of what they face. The Sanctum has exhaled its first true breath. Let them absorb its meaning. Lena, her ears ringing, pushed herself up. The blast shield was severely compromised. Carter was groaning, clutching his head. Ramirez looked dazed. Thorne was already barking orders into her comms, calling for medical and a tactical response team, her initial shock hardening into a grim resolve. The sealed section of the White House was no longer a mystery to be solved. It was a fortress, defended by powers they were only beginning to comprehend. And Pledge Veridian's reckless intrusion had just given them a terrifying glimpse of the Sanctum's active, hostile defenses. The breath it had exhaled was cold, violent, and carried the unmistakable scent of ancient, implacable power. Chapter 9: The Weight of Secrets. The aftermath of the Sentinel's concussive blast and Pledge Veridian's dramatic, if brief, appearance was chaotic. Medical teams whisked away the stunned Carter and Ramirez, along with the unconscious Veridian, who was now officially a federal detainee, albeit a very mysterious one. Tactical teams swarmed the lower levels, establishing a much harder perimeter around Sector Gamma 7. The damaged blast shield was replaced with reinforced steel plating, with only a small, heavily shuttered observation port remaining. Lena, her ears still ringing and her nerves frayed, found herself in a hastily convened debriefing with a grim-faced assembly of senior officials. Special Agent Thorne was there, her report delivered with stark, unembellished detail. The term hostile entity was used repeatedly. This, Pledge Veridian, the chief of staff, a woman named Marion Holloway, asked, her usual composure strained. He mentioned a covenant of the purest form and heirs of President Blackwood. Dr. Hanson, does this connect with your research? Lena nodded, feeling the weight of every eye in the room. Yes, ma'am. The covenant of the purest form is a phrase I found in Blackwood's private journals. I initially dismissed it as a personal affectation, but Veridian's statement suggests an organized group, a cult, perhaps, that sees itself as continuing Blackwood's legacy. A legacy of what precisely? Pressed a stern-faced man from Homeland Security. Animated armor, rooms that attack people. Blackwood's journals are cryptic, Lena explained, choosing her words carefully. They speak of protecting the nation from spiritual decay and forces of dissolution. He believed conventional governance was insufficient. He wrote about creating a new paradigm of order, a sanctum of true power. The sealed section appears to be the physical manifestation of those beliefs. Occult beliefs, Doctor? Holloway asked, her gaze unwavering. Lena met her eye. "The evidence strongly suggests it, ma'am. The symbols, the inscriptions, the nature of the defenses we encountered. This is beyond any conventional understanding of a secure facility." A heavy silence filled the room. The implications were staggering. A former president of the United States had not just dabbled in the occult. He had apparently built a fortified esoteric stronghold within the White House itself, complete with guardians that were now active. And a modern cult, aware of its existence, was trying to access it. Arthur Kendrick, present at the briefing in his capacity as Deputy Director of Interagency Coordination, listened with carefully feigned concern. Veridian's impulsiveness was regrettable, but the outcome was useful. The official response was now one of heightened alarm, which meant more resources, more scrutiny, but also a deeper commitment to understanding the threat. And understanding in this context meant further engagement with the sanctum. The orator primus would be pleased. Kendrick made a mental note to arrange for Pledge Veridian's legal representation to be complicated, ensuring he remained isolated and unable to divulge more than the covenant wished. The decision from the top was swift and decisive. The investigation would continue, but under much stricter, almost militarized protocols. A new, highly specialized task force was being assembled, drawing on elements from across the government, including individuals with less conventional expertise. Lena's historical knowledge remained crucial, but she would now be part of a much larger, more formidable machine. Over the next few days, Lena found herself working alongside new faces. There was a quiet, academic man named Dr. Alastair Finch, ostensibly a linguist and cultural anthropologist, but whose questions about Blackwood's journals hinted at a much deeper knowledge of esoteric traditions. There was also a tight-lipped team of technicians deploying sensors Lena had never seen before, devices that hummed with strange energies and whose readouts were shared only with a select few. The iron plate, now with its removable section bolted firmly shut, was under constant surveillance. The dripping sound from within had lessened but not entirely ceased. The strange, cold atmosphere persisted. Lena felt a growing sense of isolation, even amidst the increased activity. The initial scientific inquiry was being subsumed by a more shadowy national security agenda. Yet her determination to understand what Blackwood had created and what the Covenant sought only deepened. The Sentinel's cry of Impurus, directed at Veridian, and its earlier Vade Retro, haunted her. These were not random monster guards. They were programmed, discerning. She focused on Blackwood's inner circle during his presidency. Names were cross-referenced with Veridian's almost non-existent background check. He appeared to be a ghost in most official systems, another testament to the Covenant's sophistication. One name, however, recurred in Blackwood's more private, guarded correspondence. A Mr. K, a trusted advisor, someone who seemed privy to the president's most secret endeavors. There were mentions of Mr. K's family, having served previous administrations in capacities of great discretion. A cold knot formed in Lena's stomach. She thought of Arthur Kendrick, his bland helpfulness, his uncanny ability to be present at key moments, his access to information. Could Mr. K be a Kendrick? Was the modern-day Capitol Guardian part of a lineage, a generational commitment to Blackwood's vision? The idea was chilling, suggesting the Covenant's roots ran far deeper than a mere cult of personality around a dead president. They could be embedded within the very fabric of the government. From his now less accessible observation post, Brother Oculus worked diligently to bypass the new layers of electronic security around Sector Gamma 7. The task force was good, their countermeasures sophisticated, but Oculus was a digital wraith. He soon re-established a compromised sensor feed, relaying it to the Orator Primus. They are bringing in their own specialists, Orator, Oculus reported. Individuals who understand the unseen arts, at least from an academic perspective. They deploy devices that resonate with the sanctum's energies. The Orator Primus listened, his expression unreadable. Expected. The profane world has its own crude methods of peering into the sacred. It will not avail them. They catalog the shadows but cannot grasp the light or the true dark. He paused. Archivist Umbra, the time for subtlety is waning. The official task force will inevitably seek to penetrate deeper. We must ensure that when they do, they are guided towards the correct thresholds in the correct sequence. The President's work must be approached with reverence, even by those who do not comprehend it. Archivist Umbra, who had been silently tracing patterns in a bowl of black sand, looked up, their ancient eyes gleaming faintly. The next seal requires a specific key, not of metal but of will and of blood. The Hanson woman. She carries a resonance, an unwitting attunement from her prolonged proximity and focused intent. The sentinels recognized it, even as they warned her. Indeed, the Orator Primus mused, she may yet serve a purpose beyond that of a simple pathfinder. He then addressed Oculus. Maintain surveillance on this Dr. Finch. His knowledge could be an asset or an obstacle, and redouble your efforts to monitor the antechamber. The Sentinels' full awakening is a crucial step. Their tears are but the first sign of their sorrowful power returning. Lena, driven by her suspicions about Kendrick, began a discreet, off-the-books inquiry into his family history. Using archival access she wasn't strictly supposed to divert for such purposes. The work was slow, hampered by layers of official secrecy and time. One evening, as she was reviewing microfilmed society pages from the Blackwood era, an unlikely but sometimes fruitful source of information on informal networks, she found it. A brief mention in a guest list for a private White House dinner hosted by President Blackwood. Mr. Elias Kendrick and his son, Arthur Kendrick Sr. Elias Kendrick. Could this be the original Mr. K. and Arthur Kendrick Sr., the father of the current deputy director? The weight of the secrets she was unearthing felt immense, threatening to crush her. If Arthur Kendrick was indeed a legacy member of Blackwood's cabal, now serving the Orator Primus, then the entire official investigation was compromised from within at a very high level. The implications were terrifying. She was surrounded by colleagues, by security, yet she had never felt more alone or more vulnerable. The enemy was not just at the gates of the sealed section, they were inside the command room. The dripping from beyond the iron plate seemed to grow a little louder that night. A steady, metronomic beat counting down to a confrontation that Lena now realized would be fought on multiple, treacherous fronts. Chapter 10. The First True Casualty. The new task force, designated Project Chimera, operated with a chilling efficiency that unsettled Lena. The scientists and technicians, led by the enigmatic Dr. Finch, deployed their strange sensors and spoke in jargon that blended quantum physics with archaic terminology. Special Agent Thorne's security teams were augmented by operatives who moved with a silent, predatory grace, their eyes constantly scanning, their loyalties unclear. They answered to someone higher up the chain than Thorne. Lena's role became increasingly confined to historical consultation. She provided Finch with her research on Blackwood, the symbols, the Covenant. Finch absorbed it all with an unnerving lack of surprise, as if he were merely confirming pre-existing knowledge. President Blackwood was not a dabbler, Dr. Hanson, Finch stated one afternoon, his gaze fixed on a complex diagram from Blackwood's journal. He was, by all accounts, a highly adept practitioner. What we are dealing with here is not superstition. It is a form of esoteric engineering. The Sentinels are a prime example, constructs animated by principles we are only beginning to re-examine. Re-examine, Lena questioned. Finch offered a thin smile. Some knowledge is cyclical, Doctor. Lost, then found again. Blackwood tapped into a very old, very potent cycle. The decision was made to attempt a more controlled breach of the embroidered curtain, using remote probes and robotic manipulators. No human would enter the antechamber directly, not after Veridian's disastrous encounter and the Sentinel's violent response. The primary goal was to assess the capabilities of the Sentinels and to gain visual access to the reinforced concrete wall Carter had detected beyond them. Arthur Kendrick, though not officially part of Project Chimera's inner circle, received regular, sanitized updates. He knew the plan to use robotic probes. He also knew the Orator Primus's intentions. The Covenant was not going to allow a purely mechanical, sterile assessment of the sanctum. The President's domain demanded a more personal interaction. On the day of the planned robotic breach, the atmosphere in the sub-basement command post, a reinforced room several corridors away from Sector Gamma 7, was thick with anticipation. Lena watched the monitors alongside Finch and Thorne. One screen showed the heavily bolted iron plate. Another displayed the schematics for the robotic arm that would be inserted through the reopened square section. Commencing breach of outer seal, an operative announced. Technicians carefully unbolted and removed the iron section, revealing the dark opening and the embroidered curtain, which hung still and silent. The dripping sound was faint today, almost inaudible. The robotic arm, equipped with multiple cameras, lights, and sensors, was slowly guided through the opening, its metallic segments articulated smoothly. On the monitor, Lena saw the interior of the antechamber, just as before. The two weeping sentinels stood in their positions, motionless, the black ichor still staining their armor and the floor around them. They did not react to the intrusion of the robotic arm. Sentinels appeared dormant, an operative reported. "Proceed with caution," Finch instructed. "Extend the arm towards the curtain. Attempt to part it gently." The robotic arm advanced. Its delicate manipulators reached for the heavy fabric. As it touched the curtain, the silver embroidery seemed to shimmer more intensely. The arm began to pull the curtain aside. This time there was no sudden violence. The curtain parted slowly, revealing the stark gray expanse of the reinforced concrete wall at the far end of the 10-foot antechamber. It was blank, featureless, except for a single, large, circular indentation at its center, like a massive, sealed iris. Objective visible, the robot operator said. The secondary barrier, no apparent entry mechanism. Finch leaned closer to his monitor. Focus on the circular indentation. Any markings, seams. As the robotic arm's camera zoomed in, a low hum started to fill the command post, not from their equipment, but seemingly from the monitors themselves, from the audio feed coming from the antechamber. It was the same bone-deep thrum Lena had felt before, but more intense, more focused. Suddenly, the sentinel on the left, the one that had previously advanced, moved. It didn't step forward. Its head snapped up. The faint red light within its visor flared, bright and angry. "Sentinel activity," Thorne yelled. Before anyone could react, the sentinel raised its gauntleted hand, palm open, towards the robotic arm. No physical blow this time. Instead, a coruscating wave of what looked like heat distortion, or pure disruptive energy, erupted from its palm and enveloped the robotic arm. On the monitors, the image dissolved into static. Alarms blared. The robotic arm, visible for a moment through the observation port in the iron plate before the video feed died, glowed cherry red, then began to melt, its metallic components slumping and dripping like wax. Within seconds, it was a mangled, smoking ruin on the antechamber floor. "Arm neutralized," the operator cried, pulling off his headset, his face ashen. "Extreme energy discharge. Sensors are fried." Finch stared at the static-filled screen, his expression unreadable. Remarkable, not a kinetic attack, directed energy, far more sophisticated than anticipated. But the horror was not over. From the observation port, one of Thorne's men screamed, "Look, the other one!" All eyes in the command post that could switched to the direct visual feed from the small, shuttered window. The second sentinel, the one that had remained motionless throughout all previous encounters, was now slowly, ponderously, turning its entire body, not towards the ruined robotic arm, but towards the concrete wall behind it. It raised both its massive, gauntleted hands towards the circular indentation in the wall. The red lights in its visor pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity. The thrumming sound reached a painful crescendo. Then, with an earth-shattering groan that vibrated through the entire sub-basement, the circular section of the concrete wall began to rotate. It was a door, a massive stone plug, grinding open with colossal effort. Darkness yawned beyond it, an absolute light-devouring blackness. And from that darkness a new sound emerged. Not a whisper, not a groan. It was a chorus of faint, despairing voices, sighing, moaning, a cacophony of sorrow and ancient pain that seemed to claw at the sanity. The second sentinel, its task apparently complete, slowly lowered its arms and became still once more, facing the now open portal. In the command post, people were shouting. Some were backing away from the monitors, their faces masks of terror. The wailing chorus from the antechamber was audible even through the layers of steel and concrete, a psychic assault. One of the young technicians, a specialist in signal analysis who had been monitoring the strange energy signatures, suddenly clawed at his headset, his eyes wide with unseeing horror. He screamed, a raw, animalistic sound, then collapsed to the floor, convulsing. "Medic," Thorne bellowed, rushing to his side. Finch, however, was transfixed, his gaze locked on the image of the open portal and the weeping sentinel standing guard before it. A strange, almost ecstatic light shone in his eyes. "The way is open," he whispered, almost to himself. "The President's path, it's revealed." Lena felt a cold dread wash over her. This was not a scientific discovery. This was an unveiling of something monstrous. The first true casualty was not the ruined robot, nor even the convulsing technician. It was any illusion that this situation could be controlled, understood, or contained by conventional means. Blackwood's abyss was no longer a metaphor. It had a voice, and it was calling from the darkness beyond the stone. Miles away, the orator Primus listened to Brother Oculus's breathless report. A rare, genuine smile touched his lips. "Excellent. The Guardians have performed their duty. The path to the inner sanctum is now accessible. The profane have served their purpose well, acting as the unwilling key. Their fear will consecrate the threshold." He turned to Archivist Umbra, who was nodding slowly, their ancient eyes glinting. "Prepare the rites of entry. Our time, Archivist. Our time has truly come." The deeper levels of the sanctum were stirring, and the Covenant was ready to answer their call. Chapter 11: The Mole's Gambit. The events in the antechamber, the destruction of the robotic probe, the opening of the stone portal by the second sentinel, and the subsequent psychic assault that incapacitated the young technician, sent Project Chimera into a state of controlled panic. The technician, though physically unharmed, remained in a catatonic state, muttering about voices from the stone and the Legion of the Lost. The open portal into the utter blackness, from which the chorus of despairing voices still faintly emanated, was now the terrifying focal point. An emergency lockdown was initiated. All personnel were pulled back from the immediate vicinity of Sector Gamma 7. The heavily shuttered observation port in the iron plate was sealed. The sub-basement corridor became a silent, abandoned space, the air still thick with the scent of ozone, melted metal, and that indefinable ancient odor. Lena found herself increasingly marginalized. The new operational head of Project Chimera, a grim-faced deputy director from a clandestine branch of Homeland Security named Stryker, made it clear that historical analysis was now secondary to containment and threat neutralization. Dr. Finch, however, seemed to gain influence, his esoteric knowledge suddenly in high demand as Stryker's team struggled to comprehend the nature of the forces they had unleashed. "This is not a conventional tactical situation, Director Stryker," Finch explained in a tense briefing, his voice calm amidst the barely suppressed alarm. "The entities, the energies, they operate on principles that defy standard countermeasures. President Blackwood was tapping into something primordial. The voices are likely a psychic echo, a genius loci, or perhaps a bound collective consciousness. The portal, that leads deeper into his construct, into what he termed the core chamber. "And what's in this core chamber, Finch?" Stryker demanded, his eyes like chips of granite. Finch hesitated. Blackwood's journals speak of it as a place of ultimate communion, a nexus of power where he intended to reshape certain fundamental aspects of reality, or at least of this nation's destiny. Lena, listening from the periphery, felt a chill. Reshape reality. The sheer hubris, the terrifying ambition of Blackwood's plan was becoming clearer. Her suspicions about Arthur Kendrick had solidified into a near certainty. His access, his lineage, his unnerving calm, it all pointed to a deep involvement with the Covenant. But proving it and convincing Stryker's heavily vetted team was another matter. She had no concrete evidence, only a chain of circumstantial links and a growing unease. Kendrick, for his part, played his role flawlessly. He attended the high-level briefings, offered logistical support, expressed appropriate concern, and all the while fed vital intelligence to the orator Primus. The opening of the stone portal was a pivotal moment. The Covenant needed to act before the government sealed it permanently, or worse, attempted some crude, destructive entry. "The path is clear, orator," Kendrick reported via his secure channel. "But Project Chimera is spooked. They're talking about specialized ordnance, about bringing in unconventional containment teams. Time is becoming a factor." The orator Primus received this in his sanctuary. Archivist Umbra was meticulously laying out a series of strange, metallic implements and silken cords on a black altar. "Ordnance will not avail them against the President's deeper wards," the orator stated calmly. "But a premature, clumsy assault could damage the core chamber's delicate, energetic balance. We must enter first. We must perform the rites of sanctification to appease the guardians and align the energies before we proceed to the core." He turned to his assembled inner circle. Sister Silence stood like a marble statue. Brother Oculus monitored his hidden screens. The master of the threshold was carefully grinding herbs into a fine powder. The gilded twins waited, their expressions impassive. Pledge Veridian was absent, still recovering under heavily guarded medical observation, his value as a pawn now expended. "The time for our pilgrimage has arrived," the orator Primus announced. "Project Chimera's fear is our shield. They will hesitate, we will not." His plan was audacious, to use the chaos and fear within the government's response as cover for the Covenant's own infiltration of the deeper sanctum. "Arthur," his voice went into the calm, addressing Kendrick directly, "you will facilitate our entry. Create a diversion, a window of opportunity. The security around Sector Gamma 7 is formidable, but you know its protocols, its blind spots." Kendrick felt a rare flicker of apprehension. Direct action was far riskier than his usual role of information conduit, but the orator's command was absolute. His family had served the president's vision for generations. He would not falter now. "It will be done, orator. There is a scheduled system diagnostic for the primary surveillance network covering the sub-basement levels tonight. It will create a brief sensor blackout. That will be our window." "Excellent," the orator Primus approved. "Archivist Umbra will lead the primary insertion team, yourself, Sister Silence, and the master of the threshold. You will carry the necessary artifacts for the rites of sanctification. Brother Oculus will provide remote support. The Gilded Twins and I will form the secondary wave once the initial path is secured and consecrated. That evening, as the White House settled into its nocturnal rhythm, Lena couldn't shake a profound sense of foreboding. She had presented her research on the Kendrick family lineage to Special Agent Thorne. Hopping Thorne's more operational mindset might see the danger. Thorne listened intently, her expression grim. It's a hell of a theory, Lena. If Kendrick is a mole, he's played a long, careful game, and he's deep inside. Stryker trusts him, or at least his access. She paused. But your instincts have been right so far. I'll put some quiet feelers out, run his name through some back channels Finch wouldn't know about. But be careful. If he is who you think he is, you're in his sights. Lena knew. She felt it every time Kendrick's bland, polite gaze passed over her in meetings. As midnight approached, Arthur Kendrick initiated the final phase of his gambit. Using his high-level overrides, he triggered a localized system alert in a distant, unrelated sector of the White House's secure network, a false alarm about a potential cyber breach. As predicted, security resources were momentarily diverted, attention drawn away from the quiet sub-basement levels. Simultaneously, he activated the scheduled diagnostic for the Sector Gamma 7 surveillance, creating the brief, crucial sensor blackout. Under the cover of this manufactured chaos, Archivist Umbra, Sister Silence, and the Master of the Threshold, guided by Kendrick himself, moved like shadows through deserted service corridors. They were clad in dark, non-reflective clothing, carrying satchels containing the ritual implements. Kendrick, using a stolen high-level keycard, bypassed the outer security checkpoints leading towards the cordoned-off zone. Sister Silence, with her uncanny ability to move without sound and anticipate guard patterns, neutralized the few remaining human sentries with swift, silent efficiency, using pressure points and a mild, fast-acting inhaled sedative. They were not killed, merely incapacitated. The orator preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed that might escalate the response prematurely. They reached the final barrier before the corridor leading directly to the iron plate of Sector Gamma 7. Kendrick swiped the keycard. The light blinked green. He pushed the heavy door open and found himself face to face with Special Agent Thorne and two of her most trusted operatives, weapons raised. Thorne's voice was ice. "Fancy meeting you here, Mr. Kendrick. Taking a late-night stroll with your associates." She had trusted Lena's hunch. Instead of just putting out feelers, she had set a trap, anticipating that any move by the Covenant would likely happen under the cover of the announced surveillance blackout. Kendrick froze, his mind racing. This was not part of the plan. His carefully constructed mask of urbane composure slipped, revealing a flicker of cold fury. Archivist Umbra and the Master of the Threshold remained unnervingly still behind him. Sister Silence, however, seemed to melt further into the shadows, her position suddenly uncertain. "Agent Thorne," Kendrick began, his voice smooth despite the shock. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am here under direct orders from—" "Save it, Kendrick," Thorne cut him off. "I know who you are, and I know who they are. Her gaze flicked towards the robed figures. "The Covenant, I presume." Before Kendrick could respond, Sister Silence moved. She erupted from the shadows with impossible speed, a dark blur. Not towards Thorn, but towards a nearby emergency power conduit box on the wall. In her hand, something metallic glinted. She slammed it into the conduit. Sparks flew. Lights in the corridor flickered violently, then died, plunging them into near-total darkness, save for the emergency red strobes that kicked in, casting long, dancing shadows. Alarms began to blare throughout the sub-basement. "Ambush!" Thorn yelled, firing her weapon where she thought Sister Silence had been. The shot ricocheted wildly. In the ensuing confusion, under the disorienting red strobes, Kendrick made his move. He lunged, not at Thorn, but at a fire suppression system lever on the wall, yanking it hard. Dense, choking retardant foam began to spray from nozzles in the ceiling, rapidly filling the corridor, obscuring vision, making movement treacherous. "Orator compromised." Kendrick choked into his comm unit as he ducked low, trying to escape the chaos he had partly engineered. Thorn anticipated, path to sanctum blocked. The Orator Primus received the message, his expression tightening. "Adapt, Arthur, the sanctum awaits. If the direct path is barred, find another. The President's foresight provided alternatives." He knew the White House's underbelly, its forgotten ways, almost as well as Archivist Umbra. In the foam-filled, strobe-lit corridor, Thorn's team struggled to maintain cohesion. Archivist Umbra, surprisingly agile for their apparent age, used the chaos to slip past them, heading towards Sector Gamma 7. The Master of the Threshold followed. Sister Silence had vanished. Kendrick, his expensive suit now stained with foam, scrambled away in a different direction, towards a section of the sub-basement where he knew an old, disused service elevator shaft lay hidden behind a brick-top wall. A secret entrance President Blackwood himself had once utilized. Thorn, realizing her primary targets were bypassing her, cursed. "After them. Don't let them reach that damned room." The mole's gambit had partially failed, exposing him, but it had also thrown the official security into disarray, creating new, unexpected pathways for the Covenant. The battle for President Blackwood's sanctum was no longer a cautious investigation. It was rapidly devolving into a desperate, close-quarters struggle in the dark, secret heart of American power. Chapter 12. Descent into Darkness. The strobe-lit, foam-choked corridor outside Sector Gamma 7 became a scene of confused, desperate conflict. Special Agent Thorn, her voice hoarse from shouting over the alarms and the hiss of the fire suppression system, tried to rally her operatives. Two targets heading for the sealed door. Apprehend. Do not engage fatally unless unavoidable. Archivist Umbra, moving with an eerie, gliding swiftness that belied their ancient appearance, reached the iron plate first. The rectangular section, previously removed and rebolted, was their target. The Master of the Threshold, close behind, produced a set of strange, slender tools from his satchel, not lockpicks, but objects that looked more like surgical instruments forged from a dark, non-reflective metal. As Thorn's operatives closed in, their flashlights cutting hazy beams through the swirling foam and red light. The master of the threshold began to work on the bolts with uncanny speed. They weren't unscrewing them. His tools seemed to vibrate them loose, the metal groaning in protest. "Stop them," Thorn ordered, firing a warning shot that sparked off the iron plate near the archivist's shrouded head. Archivist Umbra didn't even flinch. They raised a hand, fingers splayed, towards the approaching operatives. A low chant, guttural and resonant, issued from beneath their hood. The air around them seemed to thicken, to grow colder. The foam nearest to them appeared to freeze momentarily, forming crystalline patterns before dissolving. Two of Thorn's operatives, young men, cried out, stumbling back, clutching their heads. "My eyes, it's like ice," one gasped. The other just moaned, disoriented. "Non-lethal psychic assault," Thorn yelled into her comm, relaying the new threat. "Fall back, use ranged options." But ranged options were limited in the confined, obscured space. The last bolt gave way with a sharp crack. The master of the threshold pulled the heavy iron section open. Beyond it, the embroidered curtain billowed softly, undisturbed by the chaos outside. The faint, despairing chorus of voices from the open stone portal within the antechamber seemed to swell slightly, a mournful welcome. Archivist Umbra, without a word, slipped through the opening and vanished behind the curtain. The master of the threshold followed, the satchel of ritual implements clutched tightly. "They're in," Thorn raged, pushing through the foam. She reached the iron plate just as the curtain settled back into place. She hesitated for a split second. Protocol dictated she wait for backup, for specialized teams. But the thought of those cultists loose inside that place, with whatever lay beyond the stone portal, was unbearable. "Cover me," she yelled to her remaining operative, and plunged through the opening into the antechamber. The air inside was instantly, shockingly cold, the sense of incense, blood, and ozone overwhelming. The two weeping sentinels stood as before, one by the now closed curtain, the other by the open stone portal that led into absolute darkness. They were motionless, still weeping their black tears, seemingly indifferent to her entry. The chorus of voices was louder here, pressing against her eardrums, against her sanity. She saw no sign of the archivist or the master of the threshold. They had already passed through the portal. Thorn took a deep breath, her weapon held ready. "Federal agent, show yourselves." Her voice sounded small, tinny against the vast, sighing despair from the portal. Meanwhile, Arthur Kendrick, the Capitol Guardian, had reached the disused service elevator shaft. The bricked-up wall that concealed it looked solid, undisturbed for decades. But Kendrick knew its secret. He pressed a sequence of bricks, a coded pattern only known to the initiated of Blackwood's original cabal and their descendants. With a faint grinding sound, a section of the wall recessed and slid sideways, revealing a dark, narrow opening. The elevator car itself was long gone, leaving only a greasy, cobweb-filled shaft descending into deeper blackness. But heavy iron rungs were bolted into one side of the shaft, an emergency ladder, also part of Blackwood's contingency planning. Kendrick paused, listening. The alarms from the upper levels were distant now. He could hear the faint, rhythmic thudding of what might be emergency generators. He took a compact, high-powered flashlight from his coat, its beam cutting a swathe through the oppressive darkness of the shaft. He then began his descent, rung by slippery rung, into the guts of the White House, into a layer of secrets even deeper than Sector Gamma 7. His destination, a sub-level access point that, according to Blackwood's hidden schematics, bypassed the antechamber and led directly to the network of tunnels surrounding the core chamber. The Orator Primus was relying on him. Lena Hansen, along with Dr. Finch and a handful of stunned Chimera operatives, was caught in the lockdown of the sub-basement command post. Alarms blared. Red lights flashed. Communications were chaotic. Stryker was barking orders, trying to ascertain the extent of the infiltration. We have multiple unauthorized individuals, possibly cultists, who have breached Sector Gamma 7 itself. An operative reported, his voice tight with disbelief. Agent Thorne is in pursuit against protocol. Finch listened, his expression strangely serene. They are going to the core chamber, he stated almost to himself. The rights of entry. Lena grabbed his arm. Finch, what is in that core chamber? What are they trying to do? Finch looked at her, his eyes bright with an almost feverish light. President Blackwood believed he could create a focal point, Dr. Hansen, a conduit to regulate the nation's spiritual and political energies, to impose a benevolent, immutable order. He saw democracy as chaotic, vulnerable to base influences. He sought to build a divine engine powered by principles both ancient and timeless. A divine engine. Lena felt a wave of dizziness, but the voices, the despair. Side effects, Finch said dismissively. Energetic residue from the initial binding rituals, perhaps, or the lament of entities who resisted integration into his grand design. All great works have their costs. Stryker overheard him. Are you telling me, Finch, that this whole place is some kind of occult power plant? In essence, Director, yes, Finch affirmed. And if the Covenant manages to reactivate it, or worse, repurpose it according to their own interpretations of Blackwood's work, the consequences could be transformative on a national scale. Lena felt sick. This was beyond rogue science, beyond a secret bunker. This was a weapon or a tool of unimaginable potential, built on a foundation of madness and esoteric ambition, and it was about to fall into the hands of fanatics. She thought of Thorne, alone in that antechamber, facing those monstrous sentinels and the darkness of the portal. She thought of Kendrick, the mole, now revealed. She had to do something. Director Stryker, Lena said, her voice surprisingly firm. I know Blackwood's journals better than anyone. I know the symbols, the architectural layouts he sketched. If your teams are going in after Thorne and those cultists, I need to go with them. I might see things, understand connections that they would miss. Stryker stared at her, his face a mask of grim calculation. A civilian, a historian in that kind of tactical situation. Unthinkable, but Finch nodded slowly. She could be invaluable, Director. The President's defenses are not just physical. They are symbolic, psychic. Dr. Hansen has an affinity, an intuitive grasp of his mindset. She's been steeped in his work. Stryker's decision was swift. Fine, gear her up, but she's your responsibility, Finch. Anything happens to her, it's on your head." He turned to his comms officer. "Get me a schematic of the deeper levels below Gamma 7, anything Blackwood might have built off books, and find out where the hell Kendrick has gone." Deep in the earth, Thorne stepped cautiously towards the open stone portal. The chorus of voices grew louder, more distinct, a multitude of whispers and moans, each one a sliver of ancient pain. The air grew colder, and the darkness beyond the portal seemed to press against her, a living entity. She could see nothing within, just absolute, impenetrable black. She had to follow. She had to stop them. Taking one last steadying breath, her flashlight beam cutting a useless path into the void, Special Agent Thorne stepped through the portal, descending into the unknown heart of President Blackwood's madness. Chapter 13: The Labyrinth of Whispers. The moment Special Agent Thorne crossed the threshold of the stone portal, the world dissolved into an oppressive, disorienting blackness. The chorus of despairing voices swelled, swirling around her like a physical presence, each whisper a needle prick against her sanity. Her high-powered flashlight beam was swallowed, rendering it almost useless, illuminating only a few feet of rough-hewn stone floor before being devoured by the Stygian gloom. The air was frigid, stagnant, thick with the scent of damp earth, ancient dust, and that pervasive, sickly sweet odor she now associated with the Covenant and the Sanctum's deeper levels. "Thorne to command," she spoke into her comm, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence between the waves of whispered lamentations. "I am through the portal, visibility near zero. The passage appears to be rough-cut stone descending, no visual on the cultists." Static answered her. The portal, or whatever lay beyond it, was apparently shielded from radio transmissions. She was alone. Gritting her teeth, Thorne advanced cautiously, one hand trailing along the cold, damp stone wall for guidance. The floor sloped downwards, uneven and treacherous. The whispers seemed to coalesce around her, no longer just a chorus of sorrow, but forming insidious, half-intelligible phrases in archaic languages, pricking at her deepest anxieties, dredging up forgotten fears. She fought to maintain focus, to push the encroaching dread away. After what felt like an eternity of slow, blind progress, the passage began to widen. The floor leveled out. She could sense a larger space opening before her, though the darkness remained absolute. Then her flashlight beam caught something, a glint of metal, a faint shimmer of fabric. Archivist Umbra and the Master of the Threshold stood before what looked like another massive stone door, even larger than the portal she had just passed. This door, however, was not open. It was covered in intricate carvings, the same sharp, geometric symbols Lena had identified, but here they were larger, more complex, imbued with a palpable sense of power. At the center of the door was a depression, shaped like a seven-pointed star. The two cultists were in the process of a ritual. The Master of the Threshold had placed several small, smoldering braziers on the floor, emitting plumes of fragrant, disorienting smoke. He was chanting in a low monotone, holding aloft one of the strange metallic implements from his satchel. It looked like a stylized staff or scepter, topped with a crystal that pulsed with a faint, internal light. Archivist Umbra stood before the door, their hands raised, palms flat against the stone, their own dry, rustling chant weaving through the masters. The air around them crackled with an unseen energy. Thorn raised her weapon. Freeze, step away from the door. The cultists ignored her. The master of the threshold's chanting grew louder, more insistent. The crystal on his staff glowed brighter. Archivist Umbra pressed harder against the door, their body trembling with effort. Thorn fired a shot, aiming at the stone floor near their feet. The bullet ricocheted with a deafening crack, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the vast, cavern-like chamber. In that brief flash, Thorn saw that the walls were lined with alcoves, and in each alcove stood a dark, humanoid shape like statues or mummified figures. The shot had no effect on the cultists' concentration. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The seven-pointed star depression in the door began to glow with an intense, sickly green light. Suddenly, the stone statues or mummies in the alcoves moved. Their heads turned slowly, unnervingly towards Thorn. Faint, malevolent pinpricks of red light appeared where their eyes should be. A dry, collective sigh, like autumn leaves skittering across tombstones, filled the chamber. Thorn felt a wave of pure, undiluted terror. These were not the sentinels. These were something else, something older, more numerous. Before she could react, one of the figures detached itself from its alcove and began to shamble towards her, its movements stiff, jerky, yet imbued with a terrifying purpose. Others followed, a silent, advancing horde of desiccated guardians. Back in the chaos of the upper levels, Lena, Finch, and a heavily armed Chimera tactical team were preparing for their own descent. Stryker had managed to locate old, heavily classified schematics, not official White House plans, but diagrams seized decades ago from a fringe architectural historian obsessed with Blackwood. They depicted a network of tunnels and chambers beneath Sector Gamma 7, labeled only as the understructure. These plans are incomplete, possibly unreliable, Stryker warned, his face grim. But they show a possible secondary access route, a service tunnel that Kendrick might be using. It supposedly connects to the periphery of what Blackwood called his labyrinth of whispers, the area Agent Thorn just entered. The labyrinth is designed to confuse, to misdirect, to break the will of the uninitiated, Finch stated, his eyes gleaming with academic excitement rather than fear. Its acoustic properties amplify psychic resonance. The guardians within are attuned to specific emotional frequencies. Great, a grizzled tactical sergeant muttered. Spooky haunted house, government issue. Lena, wearing a borrowed tactical vest that felt bulky and alien over her clothes, clutched a satchel containing copies of Blackwood's journals and her notes. Her fear was a cold knot in her stomach, but overriding it was a desperate urgency. Thorn was down there, alone, and the Covenant was on the verge of reaching the core chamber. There's a pattern to Blackwood's symbols, Lena explained to the team leader, a captain named Reyes. They're not just decorative, they're like circuit diagrams. If we can map them, we might be able to anticipate traps or find a safer path. Reyes looked skeptical but nodded. You stick with Finch, Doctor. We'll handle the hostiles. Your job is to get us through this labyrinth. Their entry point was a maintenance hatch in a forgotten storage room, several levels above Sector Gamma 7, but aligning with the supposed service tunnel on the seized schematics. The air that puffed out when they opened the hatch was stale, carrying the same faint, unsettling sense as the lower levels. The tunnel was narrow, dark, and clearly disused for decades. Cobwebs as thick as shrouds brushed against their faces. Their flashlights cut through the oppressive gloom. After several hundred yards of cautious progress, they found signs of recent passage, fresh footprints in the dust, a discarded energy bar wrapper, Kendrick. "He's definitely been through here," Reyes confirmed. "Heading deeper." The tunnel began to slope downwards, the air growing colder, the silence broken only by their footsteps and the distant, almost subliminal thrumming they now recognized as the sanctum's heartbeat. Then they heard it, a faint, collective sighing, the edge of the chorus of voices Thorne had encountered. "We're getting close to the labyrinth," Finch whispered, his voice filled with reverence. The tunnel opened into a larger space, a junction of several passages, each disappearing into impenetrable darkness. The walls were covered in the now familiar angular symbols, etched deep into the stone. The sighing voices were stronger here, tugging at the edges of sanity. "Which way, Doctor?" Reyes asked Lena, his flashlight beam sweeping across the confusing array of symbols. Lena consulted Blackwood's sketches. The symbols here matched a section he had labeled the Crossroads of Doubt. According to his notes, only one path led towards the core. The others were traps, leading to dead ends, or worse, to chambers of reflection where one's deepest fears would manifest. She traced the patterns with her finger, comparing them to Blackwood's master diagram. "That one," she said, pointing to a low, narrow archway on their left. "The flow of the symbols. It directs towards the center here." As the team prepared to enter the chosen passage, a new sound echoed from the darkness ahead, a rhythmic, metallic clang, accompanied by a low, guttural chanting. Not the despairing whispers of the labyrinth, but something more active, more purposeful. Kendrick, meanwhile, had descended the elevator shaft and navigated a series of equally lightless, ancient service tunnels, his flashlight beam his only guide. He, too, now heard the metallic clanging and the chanting. He recognized it, the rites of warding, performed by the master of the threshold to appease and bind the lesser spirits of the labyrinth, clearing a path for the orator Primus's eventual arrival. He was getting closer to the core chamber's periphery. He increased his pace, driven by a lifetime of devotion and the urgency of the orator's command. He had to ensure the way was prepared, the final seals understood, before the bumbling forces of Project Chimera could interfere further or cause irreparable damage. His role was no longer just that of a mole. He was now an acolyte, a direct participant in the reclamation of President Blackwood's most sacred creation. The darkness of the tunnels felt like a comforting embrace, the whispers of the labyrinth like the welcoming voices of old friends. Chapter 14: Guardians of Stone and Shadow. The rhythmic clanging and guttural chanting grew louder as Lena, Finch, and Captain Reyes' tactical team cautiously advanced through the low, narrow archway Lena had indicated. The passage twisted and turned, its walls slick with moisture, the air thick with the scent of wet stone and something else, a dry, peppery odor that tickled the back of their throats. The despairing whispers of the labyrinth were still present, a constant, unnerving undertone, but the chanting was more dominant now, imbued with a sense of focused ritual. Suddenly, the passage opened into a vast, circular chamber. In the center, illuminated by the flickering, unsteady light of several tallow candles placed on the floor, was Arthur Kendrick. He was no longer the urbane deputy director. His tailored suit was torn and stained, his face smudged with grime, but his eyes burned with a zealous light. He was striking a heavy, bronze ritual gong with a padded mallet, the metallic clang reverberating through the chamber. Beside him, kneeling on the floor and tending to a small, smoking brazier from which the peppery scent emanated, was the master of the threshold. He was the source of the guttural chanting. They were not alone. Arranged in a protective circle around them were four of the desiccated, statue-like figures Thorne had encountered earlier. These labyrinth guardians, as Finch quietly termed them, stood utterly motionless, their shadowy forms and faintly glowing red eyes radiating a palpable menace. They seemed to be drawing energy from the ritual, their outlines subtly sharpening in the flickering candlelight. "Kendrick," Reyes yelled, his team fanning out, weapons raised. "Freeze, you are surrounded." Kendrick stopped striking the gong. The master of the threshold's chanting faltered for a moment, then resumed, albeit with a more strained tone. Kendrick turned slowly, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Captain Reyes, Dr. Hanson, Dr. Finch, how predictable of you to follow the most obvious path." "It's over, Kendrick," Reyes stated, his voice tight. "Your friends in the antechamber have been detained." This was a bluff. Thorne's status was still unknown. "Step away from the gong." Kendrick chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Detained. Archivist Umbra and the energies of the antechamber. I think not, Captain. They are merely occupied preparing the way, as are we." He gestured with the mallet towards the labyrinth guardians. "These are merely the gatekeepers. The President's truest defenses lie deeper still." "What is the purpose of this ritual, Kendrick?" Finch asked, his academic curiosity overriding any immediate sense of danger. "A simple warding, Dr. Finch," Kendrick replied, his gaze flicking towards him with a hint of grudging respect. "The labyrinth is sensitive. It reacts to unauthorized passage. The master is merely calming the local genii, ensuring a clear channel for the orator primus when he graces us with his presence." As he spoke, one of the labyrinth guardians twitched. Its head, a mummified skull barely visible beneath tattered wrappings, turned with a dry, crackling sound towards Reyes's team. The red pinpricks of its eyes intensified. "Don't provoke them, Captain," Finch warned under his breath. "They are bound to this space, animated by complex gesh." "We're not here to negotiate with spirits, Doctor," Reyes retorted, then addressed Kendrick again. "Last chance, Kendrick, surrender now." Kendrick's smile widened. "Surrender? On the cusp of fulfilling a generational sacred trust? I think not." He suddenly struck the gong with all his might. The clang was deafening, a shockwave of sound that buffeted them. Simultaneously, the master of the threshold threw a handful of powder from the brazier into the air. It erupted in a flash of brilliant green light and acrid smoke, momentarily blinding the tactical team. When their vision cleared, the four labyrinth guardians were advancing, their movements jerky but surprisingly fast, their desiccated hands outstretched, long, claw-like fingernails glinting in the beams of the team's flashlights. "Engage!" Reyes bellowed, opening fire with his automatic weapon. The bullet struck the foremost guardian, tearing through its dry, leathery flesh, kicking up puffs of ancient dust. The creature staggered but did not fall. It continued its advance, a low, rattling groan issuing from its chest. The other guardians fanned out, their red eyes locking onto individual members of the team. The fight was on, a bizarre, terrifying battle in a candlelit cavern deep beneath the White House, against animated corpses powered by occult ritual. Lena, terrified, scrambled back as one of the guardians lunged towards a young soldier near her. The soldier screamed as a clawed hand raked across his arm, drawing blood. Finch, surprisingly, stood his ground, observing the guardian's movements with intense, analytical focus, muttering about necrotic animation and sympathetic resonance. Kendrick and the master of the threshold used the chaotic engagement as cover. Kendrick kicked over the brazier, scattering embers and smoke, then grabbed the master's arm. To the Aditin, now, the orator must not be delayed. They slipped away into a narrow passage behind the gong, one that hadn't been immediately obvious. Reyes saw them escaping, two targets heading east. Sergeant Miller, take Fire Team Alpha, pursue, the rest of you deal with these things. The battle with the Labyrinth Guardians was brutal and disorienting. They were unnervingly resistant to gunfire, absorbing rounds that would have dropped a living human instantly. They fought with a desperate, silent ferocity, their touch icy cold, their presence exuding an aura of profound decay. Two more soldiers went down, one with a severe gash to his leg, another seemingly paralyzed by fear after being cornered by one of the creatures. Lena, watching the desperate struggle, felt a surge of adrenaline. She remembered Blackwood's journals, a specific section on the Labyrinth Guardians. He hadn't just animated them. He had imbued them with specific vulnerabilities tied to the symbols that controlled them. "Captain Reyes," she yelled over the din of gunfire and guttural groans. "The symbols, there are control sigils on their wrappings near the heart." Reyes, grappling with a guardian that was trying to claw at his face, yelled back, "What are you talking about, Doctor?" Blackwood's notes, "Aim for the symbols on their chests. It should disrupt their animation matrix." She fumbled in her satchel for the relevant journal photocopy, her hands shaking. One of the soldiers, hearing her, shifted his aim from a guardian's head to its chest, where a faint, dark marking was barely visible beneath the tattered wrappings. He fired a concentrated burst. The effect was instantaneous. The guardian shrieked, a high-pitched, unearthly sound, and its red eyes flared brightly, then extinguished. It shuddered violently and collapsed into a heap of dust and crumbling bone, its animation gone. "She's right," the soldier yelled. "Aim for the chest markings." The tide began to turn. The remaining guardians, now targeted with more precision, began to fall, each one disintegrating into dust upon the destruction of its control sigil. The last one was dispatched by Reyes himself, who put 3 rounds directly into its chest symbol. It crumbled at his feet. Silence, heavy and ringing, descended upon the chamber, broken only by the ragged breathing of the soldiers and the distant, fading echoes of Kendrick's gong. 3 soldiers were injured but alive. The immediate threat was neutralized. Miller status on Kendrick. Reyes barked into his comm. Sergeant Miller's voice came back strained. "We've lost them, Captain. Passage ahead splits into a dozen smaller tunnels. It's a goddamn maze, and there are other things in here. Whispers, shadows moving." Reyes swore. He looked at Lena and Finch. "Well, Dr. Hanson, your occult knowledge just saved our skins. Which way do we go now to find Kendrick and whatever Aditin he's heading for?" Lena, shaken but resolute, consulted her notes again. The Aditin, in classical terms, was the innermost, most sacred part of a temple. For Blackwood it would be the core chamber. The passage they took. If it follows Blackwood's schematic logic, it should lead to a convergence point, a preparatory chamber before the core itself. She pointed to another, even narrower opening, partially hidden behind a fall of rock. "That way. It's marked on his plans as the Path of Penance." Finch nodded in agreement. Indeed, a route designed for initiates involving trials of conviction, fitting for Kendrick's current mindset. As they prepared to move, Lena noticed something on the floor where the master of the threshold had been kneeling. It was a small, intricately carved bone amulet, apparently dropped in his haste. She picked it up. It was cold to the touch, yet it seemed to vibrate faintly in her hand, pulsing with a faint, dark energy. On its surface was a symbol she hadn't seen before, a coiled serpent devouring its own tail, but with 7 eyes along its body. The Covenant was not just relying on Blackwood's old guardians. They had their own tokens, their own sources of power, and they were drawing closer to their ultimate goal. Chapter 15. The Price of Revelation. The Path of Penance was aptly named. It was a claustrophobic, sharply descending tunnel, barely wide enough for the tactical team to proceed in single file. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of minerals and a strange, metallic tang that reminded Lena of blood. The despairing whispers of the labyrinth intensified here, no longer just a background chorus but insidious, personal taunts, exploiting individual fears and doubts. Several of the younger soldiers visibly struggled, their faces pale, their eyes darting nervously into the oppressive darkness that their flashlight beams seemed to barely penetrate. Dr. Finch, however, seemed almost invigorated by the oppressive atmosphere. He pointed out faint, nearly invisible etchings on the tunnel walls, more of Blackwood's symbols, these ones depicting figures in supplicating or suffering poses. "Classic initiatory trials, Captain Reyes," Finch explained, his voice echoing slightly. "Designed to strip away the ego, to purify the aspirant before they approach the sacred." Blackwood was thorough, if nothing else. Lena, clutching the bone amulet she'd found, felt its faint, cold vibration. The whispers seemed to recede slightly when she focused on it, as if the amulet's dark energy offered some minor protection, or perhaps an attunement to the labyrinth's oppressive aura. It was an unsettling thought. After what felt like hours of descent, the tunnel opened into a slightly larger chamber, circular like the last, but its purpose was horrifyingly clear. The walls were lined with manacles, rusted and ancient. Dark stains covered the floor. In the center of the room was a single, massive, rough-hewn stone chair, like a primitive throne, its surface covered in more of Blackwood's disturbing symbols. A chamber of ordeal, Finch breathed, his eyes wide with academic fervor. Blackwood would have subjected his inner circle to strenuous tests of loyalty and endurance here. There was no sign of Kendrick or the master of the threshold, but on the stone throne something glinted, a small, intricately engraved silver locket. Lena approached it cautiously. Captain Ray's motioned for two of his men to cover her. The locket was open. Inside, on one side, was a faded, miniature photograph of a stern-looking man with piercing eyes, President Alistair Blackwood. On the other side, instead of another portrait, was a tiny, exquisitely detailed carving of the seven-eyed serpent amulet she held. This belonged to Blackwood, Lena stated, her voice hushed. The serpent symbol, it must be central to his covenant and to the modern one. As she reached for the locket, the stone throne began to hum, a low, vibrational thrum that resonated through the floor. The symbols carved into it started to glow with a faint, sickly yellow light. "Step back, Doctor," Ray's ordered. Suddenly, shadowy, insubstantial forms began to coalesce around the throne, translucent, human-like figures, their faces contorted in silent screams, their forms flickering like faulty holograms. They were not solid like the labyrinth guardians, but ethereal, yet their presence exuded an overwhelming wave of despair and psychic pain. "Psychic imprints," Finch exclaimed. "Residual emotional energy from past rituals given form. Fascinating." The spectral figures began to drift towards the team, their silent screams creating a disorienting pressure in their minds. The soldiers, unsure how to combat such non-physical foes, looked to Rays in alarm. "They're not physical," Lena yelled, remembering Blackwood's notes on warding against astral intrusion. "Don't focus on them directly," Blackwood wrote about. "Sympathetic resonance. They feed on fear, on direct emotional engagement." She held up the bone amulet. This might disrupt them." She concentrated on the amulet, on its cold, steady vibration, trying to project a sense of calm, of detachment, despite the terror clawing at her. As she did, the spectral figure nearest to her seemed to flicker more erratically, its form momentarily losing cohesion. "She's right," Finch shouted, pulling out a small, metallic tuning fork from his own kit. He struck it against the stone throne. It emitted a high-pitched, pure tone. The spectral figures recoiled slightly from the sound, their forms wavering. Harmonic disruption. Blackwood understood the interplay of frequencies. Rays, catching on, ordered his men to create sharp, percussive sounds, banging their rifle butts on the floor, clapping loudly, shouting short, sharp commands. The combination of Lena's focused intent with the amulet, Finch's tuning fork, and the soldiers' disruptive noises created a chaotic but effective counter-resonance. The spectral figures flickered, thinned, and slowly dissipated, their silent screams fading back into the oppressive silence of the chamber. "Well, that was," Bracing, Reyes said, wiping sweat from his brow. Kendrick and his friend are long gone. Which way now, doctors? Lena, examining the locket and the throne, noticed a faint seam behind the throne, almost invisible. There, another hidden passage. The symbols on the locket match a sequence on the wall here. She traced the pattern. With a low rumble, a section of the wall slid inward, revealing another dark tunnel. This new passage was different. It was lined with smooth, polished black stone, almost obsidian-like. The air was still cold, but the oppressive despair of the labyrinth was lessened here, replaced by a palpable sense of immense, dormant power. The thrumming Lena had felt intermittently was now a constant, steady vibration, like being inside the chest of some colossal, sleeping beast. They were getting closer to the core chamber. The tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous space, so large their flashlights couldn't illuminate its full extent. High above, lost in the darkness, she could just make out a vaulted ceiling. The floor was a mosaic of black and white tiles, arranged in a complex, spiraling pattern. And in the center of this immense chamber, bathed in a faint, pulsing internal luminescence, was a colossal, multifaceted crystalline structure, at least 30 feet high. It looked like a gigantic, unblinking eye or a frozen explosion of light and shadow. Veins of gold and silver seemed to pulse within its depths. This had to be the divine engine Finch had spoken of, the heart of Blackwood's core chamber. Standing before it, their backs to the approaching team, were Arthur Kendrick and the master of the threshold. They were not alone. With them, her dark robes seeming to drink the faint light from the crystal, was Archivist Umbra. They had evidently bypassed Thorn and made their way here through other hidden routes. And kneeling before the great crystal, his hands raised in supplication, his voice echoing in the vast chamber as he led a powerful, resonant chant, was the Orator Primus. He was flanked by the gilded twins who stood like sentinels, their faces grim and watchful. Sister Silence was also present, a still, pale shadow near the crystal's base. The Covenant's leadership was assembled. They were in the process of a major ritual. The air crackled with energy. The great crystal pulsed faster, its internal light growing brighter, casting strange, dancing shadows across the chamber. "They're here," Reyes breathed, his voice awed despite himself. "All of them." "The rites of activation," Finch whispered, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and academic ecstasy. "They are attempting to awaken the core." Before Reyes could give an order to engage, the Orator Primus finished his chant with a booming invocation. He lowered his hands and turned slowly to face them. His eyes seemed to glow with a reflected light from the crystal, and a smile of pure, triumphant power stretched his lips. "Welcome, seekers." The Orator Primus's voice resonated through the chamber, amplified by some unseen means. "You arrive just in time to witness the dawn of a new age. President Blackwood's great work, interrupted for so long, will finally be completed. The heart of America will beat to a new, purer rhythm." As he spoke, the great crystal pulsed violently. A wave of energy washed over them, not physically harmful but psychically overwhelming. Lena felt a profound sense of dizziness, as if the very foundations of her perception were being shaken. Several of the soldiers cried out, dropping to their knees, clutching their heads. The price of revelation was becoming terrifyingly clear. They had found Blackwood's core, and the Covenant was on the verge of unleashing its unknown, nation-altering power. And Project Chimera, for all its firepower and expertise, seemed utterly outmatched by the forces now at play. Chapter 16: The Schism. The orator Primus's triumphant declaration and the subsequent pulse of energy from the colossal crystal sent shockwaves of disorientation through Captain Reyes's team. Lena struggled to remain upright, the world tilting and swimming around her. Dr. Finch, however, seemed to thrive on the energetic surge, his face alight with an almost religious fervor. "Magnificent," Finch breathed, his gaze fixed on the pulsing crystal. "The resonant frequencies are stabilizing. Blackwood's design is flawless." Reyes, fighting through the psychic static, bellowed, "Orator Primus, this is Captain Reyes, United States Special Operations Command. You are under arrest for acts of domestic terrorism and conspiracy. Order your people to stand down now." The orator Primus merely smiled, a serene, condescending expression. "Arrest, Captain, such mundane concepts. We are not common criminals. We are inheritors fulfilling a destiny set in motion by a visionary. You cannot arrest the tide, nor can you halt the dawn." He gestured towards the great crystal. "Behold, the Oculus Dei, President Blackwood's Eye of Providence, the very heart of this nation's spiritual armature. For decades it has slept, its energies dormant, its purpose unfulfilled. Tonight it reawakens." As he spoke, the crystal pulsed again, more intensely. The veins of gold and silver within it blazed, and the low thrumming that filled the chamber escalated into a powerful, resonant hum that vibrated in their very bones. The mosaic floor beneath their feet seemed to hum in sympathy. Archivist Umbra, standing beside the orator, raised their hands. Their dry, rustling voice, amplified by the chamber's strange acoustics, intoned a series of complex, archaic phrases. The master of the threshold joined in, his guttural chant weaving a counterpoint. Sister Silence remained a still sentinel, her eyes fixed on some distant point. Arthur Kendrick watched, his face a mask of rapt devotion. The gilded twins stood impassively, their hands inside their dark coats. "They are locking in the activation sequence," Finch warned, his academic detachment momentarily giving way to alarm. "If they complete it, the Oculus will achieve full power resonance. The effects, they could be irreversible." "What effects, Finch?" Reyes demanded, trying to aim his weapon, but the air itself seemed to resist, heavy and viscous. "Blackwood designed it to harmonize the national consciousness," Finch explained, his words tumbling out. "To eliminate dissent, enforce unity of purpose, all aligned with his specific, esoteric vision of an ideal America. A forced enlightenment, if you will, or a spiritual coup d'etat." Lena stared in horror. A machine to control the nation's soul. It was the ultimate expression of Blackwood's paranoia and megalomania. "We have to stop them," she cried, pushing past her fear. She looked at the crystal, at the swirling patterns of light within it, then at Blackwood's journal sketches she still clutched. There had to be a flaw, a failsafe, something the Covenant didn't know. Reyes gave the order, Fireteam Alpha suppress the primary cultists. Beta secure the crystal. Avoid damaging it if possible, but stop that ritual. The soldiers, though disoriented, were highly trained. They opened fire, but as their bullets sped towards the Orator Primus and his inner circle, a shimmering barrier of golden light, seemingly emanating from the Oculus Day itself, flared into existence around the cultists, deflecting the rounds with sharp cracks of energy. "A protective ward," Finch exclaimed, "linked to the Oculus, ingenious." The gilded twins, however, were not content to remain behind the shield. They stepped forward out of the golden aura, and from their coats they produced not firearms but strange metallic devices that looked like a hybrid of a gauntlet and a projector. They aimed them at the advancing soldiers. Beams of intense, focused sonic energy erupted from the devices, hitting the soldiers with invisible force, throwing them back, their weapons clattering. The sound was excruciating, a high-pitched, bone-jarring whine. "Sonic disruptors," Reyes yelled, clutching his ears. "Fall back, regroup." The Orator Primus watched the brief, one-sided engagement with detached amusement. "Your weapons are children's toys in this place, Captain. Here, will and resonance are paramount." But as he spoke, a new voice cut through the chamber, cold and sharp. "Perhaps your will is not as singular as you believe, Orator." All heads turned. Standing in a shadowed archway on the far side of the chamber, her service weapon steady in her hand, was Special Agent Thorne. Her uniform was torn, her face smudged with grime, but her eyes burned with an unyielding resolve. She was not alone. Behind her, emerging from the darkness of the labyrinth, were several of the desiccated labyrinth guardians, but these were not attacking her. They stood quiescently, almost respectfully, flanking her. And beside her, looking pale but determined, holding aloft a strange, glowing artifact that pulsed with a blue light, a crystalline orb on a short rod, was one of Thorne's missing operatives, the young man who had been with her when she first entered the antechamber. "Thorne," Reyes exclaimed in disbelief. "How?" "Turns out," Thorne said, her voice tight, "Blackwood had more than one type of key and more than one fail-safe. Some of his guardians respond to a different authority if presented with the correct countersigil." She nodded towards the glowing orb her operative held. "Found this in a hidden reliquary chamber. Seems Blackwood didn't entirely trust his own covenant to always follow his precise instructions." The Orator Primus stared, his serene composure finally cracking, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. A schism, a contingency against his own chosen. Impossible. Archivist Umbra, however, let out a dry hiss. The President was multifaceted in his paranoia. He always built redundancies. Lena's mind raced. A countersigil. Blackwood's ultimate distrust, even of his own followers. This was the flaw, the opening they needed. "The Oculus responds to attunement, Orator," Thorne continued, her gaze unwavering. "And right now, I think its loyalty is negotiable." She looked at the labyrinth guardians flanking her. These gentlemen seemed to agree. The labyrinth guardians with Thorne took a hesitant, shambling step forward, their red eyes fixed not on Reyes's team, but on the Orator Primus and his retinue. A tense silence fell upon the chamber, broken only by the incessant hum of the Oculus Day. The Covenant, on the verge of their ultimate triumph, now faced an unexpected internal challenge, a ghost from President Blackwood's own deep-seated mistrust. Arthur Kendrick, who had been watching the ritual with rapt adoration, now looked confused, his devotion warring with this new, unforeseen development. The master of the threshold ceased his chanting, looking to the orator for guidance. Sister Silence tilted her head, a flicker of something unreadable in her pale eyes. The schism was not just in Blackwood's ancient plans. It was now a schism in the present, a desperate, high-stakes battle for control of a power that could reshape a nation, played out in the secret, beating heart of the White House. The dawn the orator Primus had proclaimed was suddenly in doubt, threatened by the long-dead president's enduring suspicion. Chapter 17. The Oculus Day. The standoff in the core chamber was electric, the air thick with the hum of the Oculus Day and the unspoken challenge between the orator, Primus's faction, and the figures arrayed with Special Agent Thorn. The Labyrinth Guardians flanking Thorn, though desiccated and ancient, radiated a grim sense of purpose, their loyalty seemingly swayed by the glowing blue artifact her operative held. "This is unforeseen," the orator Primus stated, his voice tight with controlled fury, his gaze fixed on the blue orb. "An unauthorized sigil of command. Where did you acquire such a relic, Agent?" "Let's just say President Blackwood had a few secrets he didn't share with his fan club," Thorn retorted. "He built this place to enact his will, orator, not necessarily yours." Lena, watching this astonishing turn of events, realized the depth of Blackwood's paranoia. He hadn't just built defenses against the outside world. He had built them against his own inner circle, anticipating potential deviation or usurpation. The blue orb, a Dominion key, according to a hastily whispered explanation from Finch, who recognized its form from obscure alchemical texts, could temporarily realign the loyalty of certain classes of Blackwood's constructs. "The President's will is our will," Arthur Kendrick declared, stepping forward, his face flushed with indignation. "We are his true inheritors." "Then why did he create a means to counter you?" Thorn shot back. The orator Primus raised a hand, silencing Kendrick. His eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. The Oculus Day continued to pulse, its golden light bathing the chamber, but the resonant hum seemed to fluctuate slightly, as if confused by the conflicting signals of authority. The protective ward around his immediate followers flickered. "A minor setback," the orator Primus declared, regaining his composure. "A discordant note in a grand symphony. The Oculus is already well into its activation sequence. Your trinket, Agent Thorn, may sway a few mindless sentinels, but it cannot halt the inevitable alignment of the greater energies." He turned to Archivist Umbra. "Proceed with the final incantations. Ignore this distraction." Archivist Umbra hesitated, their ancient eyes darting between the blue Dominion key and the pulsing Oculus. "Orator, the resonance is unstable. The Dominion key creates a counter-frequency. To force the final activation now could fracture the Oculus's matrix." "Fracture?" The orator's eyes blazed. "It will stabilize. The President's design is robust. Proceed." But as Archivist Umbra reluctantly began to resume their chant, one of Thorn's labyrinth guardians lunged forward with surprising speed, its desiccated claws outstretched, aiming not for a cultist, but for the master of the threshold, who was still trying to maintain his part of the ritual. The master cried out as the guardian's claws raked his arm, sending his ritual implements clattering. The supportive chant broke. The golden ward around the orator's group flickered violently, then collapsed. "Now," Reyes yelled, seizing the opportunity. "Target the cultists. Hansen, Finch, the Oculus. Is there a way to shut it down, or at least disrupt it from here?" Lena's mind raced through Blackwood's journals. He had written of harmonic nullification points around the Oculus, specific locations, where a counter-resonance could be introduced to temporarily dampen its power. These points were marked by unique configurations of the black and white tiles on the mosaic floor. "The floor pattern," Lena exclaimed, pointing. "There are specific nodes. If we can disrupt the energy flow at those points." Finch, his eyes gleaming, understood immediately. Of course, sympathetic detuning. He would have built in manual overrides esoteric circuit breakers. While Reyes' team engaged the now exposed cultists, the Gilded Twins unleashing their sonic beams again, Sister Silence moving like a phantom with deadly precision, Lena and Finch scanned the complex mosaic. Thorn's labyrinth guardians were tying up several of the Covenant's own animated protectors, a bizarre battle of occult constructs. Thorn herself advanced cautiously towards the Orator Primus, her weapon trained, her operative with the Dominion key beside her. "It's over, Orator. Your new age is cancelled." The Orator Primus, however, seemed almost unhinged by this defiance, his earlier serenity replaced by a fanatical glare. "You understand nothing. The President's vision is of absolute purity, absolute order. This nation is sick, decadent. The Oculus will cleanse it, restore its true destiny. If it cannot be awakened whole, then its fractured power will still serve as a beacon, a catalyst for the chaos that must precede true recreation." He suddenly lunged, not at Thorn, but towards the Oculus Day itself, towards a small, almost invisible control panel set into its crystalline base, a panel Lena hadn't noticed before. His fingers flew across a series of glowing sigils. "He's trying to overload it," Finch screamed, recognizing the sequence from a particularly obscure passage in Blackwood's most private codex. "If he initiates a full, uncontrolled energy release, the psychic backlash could. It could be catastrophic, not just for this chamber, but for everything above it." The Oculus Day began to shudder violently. The pulsing light within it became erratic, flashing from gold to an angry, blood red. Cracks of dark energy spiderwebbed across its crystalline facets. The resonant hum became a deafening, discordant shriek. The very air in the chamber seemed to twist and tear. "Everyone find cover," Reyes yelled, as pieces of the vaulted ceiling began to rain down. Lena spotted one of the harmonic nullification points Blackwood had sketched, a seven-pointed star pattern in the black and white tiles, not far from the Oculus's base. "There," she cried to Finch. "That's a primary node." She ran towards it, dodging falling debris and the chaotic skirmishes still erupting around the chamber. Finch was right behind her. Thorn, seeing the orator's desperate gamble, fired her weapon. The bullets sparked off the oculus's already compromised surface, having no effect on the madman at its controls. She then saw Lena and Finch running towards the tile pattern. "What are you doing?" Thorn yelled. "Trying to stop a psychic meltdown," Lena shouted back. She reached the star pattern. According to Blackwood's notes, a specific sequence of pressure, a specific stance was required to activate the nullification. She tried to remember the diagram, the precise footing. The orator Primus, cackling madly, slammed his fist onto a final sigil on the control panel. "Let the cleansing begin. Let the new chaos forge the new order." The Oculus Dei emitted a blinding flash of crimson light, and a wave of pure, unadulterated psychic force erupted from it, throwing everyone in the chamber off their feet. Lena felt an agonizing pressure in her skull, a chorus of screams that were not from this world. But even as she fell, her feet had landed on the correct tiles in the star pattern, in the sequence she remembered from Blackwood's notes. For a split second, before the crimson wave hit with its full force, she felt a different kind of energy surge up from the floor, a cool blue resonance that met the Oculus's chaotic red tide. There was a sound like the world tearing apart. The crimson light and the blue resonance collided, battling for dominance. The Oculus Dei screamed, a sound of 1,000 shattering crystals. Then, with a final, deafening implosion of energy, the light from the great crystal extinguished. The deafening hum ceased, replaced by a profound, ringing silence. The chamber was plunged into near darkness, save for the scattered beams of flashlights from those still conscious. The air was thick with dust and the smell of ozone and something else, something like fear itself, made tangible. Slowly, agonizingly, Lena pushed herself up. Her head was splitting, but she was alive. The psychic assault had stopped. Around her, figures were stirring, groaning. The Oculus Dei stood silent and dark, like a dead god's eye. Cracks now covered its surface, not of dark energy but real physical fissures. It was damaged, perhaps inert. The orator Primus lay slumped at its base, motionless. Whether he was dead or merely unconscious, Lena couldn't tell. Several of the other cultists were down, injured or stunned. The gilded twins' sonic projectors were smashed. Sister Silence was gone, vanished like the phantom she was. Arthur Kendrick was being cuffed by one of Ray's men, his face a mask of broken faith. Thorn was on her feet, helping her operative. The labyrinth guardians that had been with her were now crumbling into dust. Their purpose served. The Dominion Key's power apparently faded with the Oculus's silence. Finch was staring at the dead crystal, his expression one of profound loss. He broke it, Blackwood's masterpiece, shattered. Lena looked at the dark, silent Oculus. Had her desperate gamble, her accidental activation of the nullification point, saved them? Or had it merely contributed to the catastrophic overload the orator had initiated? The immediate threat seemed to be over, but the silence in the core chamber was not a silence of peace. It was the silence of a great, terrible power that had been wounded, perhaps mortally, but whose influence, whose very existence, had now been irrevocably revealed. The price of that revelation, Lena suspected, was yet to be fully paid. Chapter 18. The Sealing of the Wound. The ringing silence in the core chamber was gradually replaced by the sounds of the living, groans of pain, shouted orders, the crackle of reviving comms. Captain Reyes, though battered, quickly re-established control, his men securing the remaining conscious cultists, including a dazed master of the threshold and a completely despondent Arthur Kendrick. The orator Primus was confirmed dead, his body found lifeless at the base of the now dark Oculus Day, a victim of his own desperate, final act of unleashing its chaotic power. Lena, with Finch's help, ascertained that her accidental activation of the harmonic nullification point had indeed played a role. It hadn't stopped the orator's overload, but it had created a violent countersurge, a chaotic feedback loop that had effectively bricked the Oculus Day, shattering its delicate internal matrix and rendering it inert, rather than allowing a sustained, catastrophic psychic energy release that could have leveled half of DC. They had, in essence, caused a magical short circuit. A crude solution, but effective, Finch lamented, surveying the cracked, lifeless crystal with a scholar's sorrow. The damage to its finer structures, it's irreparable. Blackwood's great work is truly finished. Special Agent Thorne, meanwhile, discovered that the Blue Dominion key her operative had wielded was now just a dull, inert piece of crystal. Its power had been expended, or perhaps it was only active when the Oculus itself was functioning. The labyrinth guardians it had controlled had, as Lena noted, crumbled to dust. The immediate aftermath was a flurry of activity. Medical teams, braving the now stabilized but still deeply unsettling lower levels, arrived to treat the injured from both sides. Stryker and a team of bewildered high-level government officials, including a visibly shaken Chief of Staff Marion Holloway, eventually made their way down to the core chamber, their faces grim as they surveyed the scene of arcane battle and the dead heart of Blackwood's madness. The decision was made with uncharacteristic speed. Sector Gamma 7 and the entire understructure President Blackwood had built were to be sealed permanently. Not with bricks and mortar this time, but with the most advanced engineering and, paradoxically, with some of the very containment principles Blackwood himself had researched, albeit repurposed by Finch, and a team of newly consulted esoteric specialists. The wound needed to be closed, the aberrant heart of power stilled. Over the next few weeks, an unprecedented operation unfolded in the depths beneath the White House. Engineers and specialized teams worked around the clock. The antechamber, its weeping sentinels now confirmed to be inert chunks of armor, their animating force apparently tied to the Oculus, was filled with a dense, quick-setting polymer. The stone portal leading to the labyrinth of whispers was sealed with tons of reinforced concrete, laced with silver and cold iron, materials Finch suggested would dampen any residual psychic energies. The labyrinth itself and the core chamber with its shattered oculus were deemed too unstable, too contaminated by decades of occult energies and the violent events of its deactivation, to be fully cleansed or dismantled. The plan was to isolate it completely, to create a tomb within a tomb. The access tunnels were collapsed. The path of penance, the chamber of ordeal, all were systematically filled and sealed. Lena Hansen found herself an unlikely key figure in this process. Her knowledge of Blackwood symbols and architectural logic was crucial in identifying potential energy bleed-through points, weak spots in the natural bedrock, or forgotten conduits Blackwood might have created. She worked alongside Finch, the two of them forming an odd partnership of historical scholarship and esoteric pragmatism. The surviving members of the Covenant, including Arthur Kendrick and the Master of the Threshold, were taken to undisclosed detention facilities. Their interrogations yielded little. Their faith, even with the orator dead and the oculus inert, remained largely unshaken. They spoke of cycles, of dormancy and eventual reawakening, their belief in Blackwood's vision or their interpretation of it, disturbingly resilient. Sister Silence remained at large, a phantom who had slipped away during the chaos, a loose thread that deeply troubled Agent Thorne. The official story, carefully crafted for the highest levels of government and an absolute minimum number of external ears, was that a forgotten, structurally unsound Cold War-era bunker had been discovered and subsequently decommissioned due to safety concerns. All records of Project Chimera, of Blackwood's true activities of the Covenant, were expunged or buried under layers of impenetrable classification. The truth was deemed too dangerous, too destabilizing. Lena, Thorne, Reyes, and Finch, along with the handful of surviving Chimera operatives, were debriefed, sworn to absolute secrecy under penalty of treason, and quietly reassigned. Lena returned to her academic consultancy, but the world felt different now, its mundane surface irrevocably scarred by the knowledge of what lay sleeping, or perhaps just waiting, beneath the seat of power. She often found herself clutching the small, serpentine bone amulet she had kept, a cold comfort, a reminder of the darkness she had faced. Its faint vibration had ceased when the oculus died. Special Agent Thorne was promoted, given a new, highly classified portfolio focused on unconventional domestic threats. She knew this meant watching for any resurgence of the Covenant, for any sign that Sister Silence was attempting to regroup, or that other, similar occult conspiracies might be festering in the shadowed corners of the nation. Dr. Finch was absorbed into a newly formed, deeply clandestine government think tank, tasked with studying the theoretical implications of Blackwood's work and developing countermeasures, should anything like the Oculus Day ever be encountered again. He seemed content, surrounded by ancient texts and cutting-edge physics, a guardian against the very forces that fascinated him. The final act of sealing took place a month after the incident. Lena stood with Thorne and Finch in the original sub-basement corridor outside what had been Sector Gamma 7. The iron plate was gone. In its place was a seamless wall of gleaming, advanced alloy 20 feet thick, embedded with sensors and strange, faintly glowing glyphs of Finch's design, modern wards built upon ancient principles. "It's done," Thorne said, her voice devoid of triumph, only weariness. "As sealed as humanly and perhaps inhumanly possible." Finch nodded. "The energies within will decay slowly over centuries. The oculus is broken. The direct threat is neutralized." He paused. But the knowledge, Dr. Hansen, the knowledge that such things are possible, that they were achieved, that can never be truly sealed. Lena knew he was right. President Blackwood's aberrant heart might have stopped beating, but its echo would linger. The wound beneath the White House was closed, but the scar on reality remained. And in the deep, entombed darkness of the core chamber, the shattered oculus Dei sat in silence, a broken eye staring into eternity, a testament to a monstrous ambition and the terrifying proximity of power to madness. The whispers might have faded, but the memory of their song and the chilling possibility of its return would haunt those who knew for the rest of their days. Chapter 19. Echoes in the Quiet. Months dissolved into a year, then two. The official silence surrounding Sector Gamma 7 and President Blackwood's understructure was absolute. The world above continued its chaotic dance, oblivious to the arcane battle fought, and the monstrous potential neutralized in the depths beneath the nation's capital. Lena Hansen resumed her career, her work on historical preservation projects taking her to different cities, different archives. Yet the shadow of the White House incident clung to her like a second skin. She found herself more attuned to the subtle dissonances of the world, the faint undercurrents of the strange that she had previously dismissed as coincidence or fancy. An old building wasn't just old, it held whispers of its past occupants' emotions. A forgotten symbol in a dusty manuscript wasn't just an archaic doodle. It might be a key, a ward, a fragment of a forgotten system of power. The bone amulet, the seven-eyed serpent, lay locked in a safe deposit box, but she could still feel its cold, smooth surface in her mind's eye. She kept in sporadic, cautious contact with Special Agent Thorne. Their conversations were always circumspect, couched in oblique references, but the shared knowledge was a bond. Thorne, now a deputy assistant director in her shadowy agency, spoke of an increase in unsubstantiated high-strangeness reports from various parts of the country, localized psychic phenomena, unusual disappearances near sites of historical trauma, whispers of resurgent fringe groups with disturbing ideologies. None were directly linked to the Covenant, not yet, but the pattern was unsettling. Sister Silence remained a ghost, a name on a most wanted list that very few people ever saw. Dr. Finch had vanished completely into the classified world, as expected. Lena occasionally saw a paper he'd published years ago, before his recruitment, on resonant archaeoacoustics, and wondered what new, terrifying theories he was now developing for the government. Captain Reyes, she heard through Thorne, had taken an early retirement, seeking a quieter life far from the shadows of Washington. Some of his men, those most affected by the psychic assaults in the labyrinth and the core chamber, still struggled with lingering psychological trauma, their nightmares filled with whispers and desiccated, clawed hands. Arthur Kendrick and the other captured Covenant members were ghosts in the penal system, their trials, if any, held in absolute secrecy. Lena sometimes wondered if their unwavering faith had eroded in the silence of their confinement, or if they still dreamed of their orator and the dawning of his new age. One cool autumn evening, Lena was working late in the archives of a historical society in Boston, researching a 17th-century meeting house rumored to have been a secret center for pre-colonial esoteric practices. The air in the archive was still, the scent of old paper and leather bindings familiar and comforting. As she examined a fragile, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with spidery script and crude astrological diagrams, a particular symbol leaped out at her. It was small, almost hidden in a margin but unmistakable, a coiled serpent with 7 eyes. Her blood ran cold. Not Blackwood's version, not the Covenant's amulet. This was older, cruder, but undeniably the same core design. The journal entry beside it spoke of protectors of the hidden vein and whispers from the telluric deep. A coincidence. Boston was far from D.C. This was centuries before Blackwood, but the symbol, it was too specific. She photographed the page, her hands trembling slightly. The old archivist, a kindly man named Mr. Abernathy, a different, far more pleasant Abernathy than the bureaucrat she'd encountered at the White House, noticed her agitation. "Find something interesting, Dr. Hanson." Lena forced a smile. Perhaps, Mr. Abernathy, just an unusual anachronism. But as she packed up her things that night, a profound unease settled over her. Blackwood's Covenant had called themselves inheritors. What if Blackwood himself had been an inheritor of something far older, far more widespread? What if his great work was not a unique creation, but an attempt to tap into, and perhaps control, a pre-existing, deeply buried network of occult power? A hidden vein that snaked beneath the surface of mundane history. The thought was terrifying. Sealing the wound beneath the White House was one thing. But what if that wound was merely one access point to a much larger, ancient infection? That night her sleep was troubled. She dreamed of the labyrinth, of the silent, watching labyrinth guardians. But in her dream, their desiccated faces were not Blackwood's constructs, but something older, their wrappings adorned with symbols from cultures that predated European settlement in America. The whispers were not just of sorrow, but of ancient pacts, of slumbering earth gods, of lines of power that crisscrossed the continent. She woke with a start, the phrase telluric deep echoing in her mind. The next day she contacted Thorne, using their most secure, prearranged channel. She described what she had found, the serpent symbol, the journal entry. Thorne was silent for a long moment. Then, her voice carefully neutral, she said, "We've had a few tangential reports. Anomalous geological readings near certain historical sites, folkloric accounts of, similar iconography appearing in unrelated contexts, nothing concrete, until now perhaps." Lena felt a chill. "You think Blackwood's system wasn't self-contained?" "We're beginning to consider the possibility," Thorne admitted, "that what was under the White House wasn't just a battery or an engine. What if it was an amplifier, a focusing lens for something already there?" The implications were staggering. The Oculus Day, even shattered, might have done more than just fail. In its violent, chaotic deactivation, had it sent a shockwave, a ripple through this older, deeper network? Had it disturbed other, slumbering nodes? The quiet of Lena's academic life felt like a fragile illusion. The echoes of Sector Gamma 7 were not fading. They were multiplying, resonating in unexpected places, hinting at a horror far more ancient and pervasive than one paranoid president's occult obsession. The fight, she realized with a sinking heart, might not be over. It might just be entering a new, far more terrifying phase. The silence from the sealed depths was profound, but the world outside was beginning to whisper back. Chapter 20. The Serpent Uncoils. The discovery of the ancient serpent sigil in Boston acted as a grim catalyst for Lena. The fragile peace she had tried to build disintegrated, replaced by a gnawing obsession. She began to dedicate her research, discreetly at first, then with increasing urgency, to tracing the tendrils of this older, deeper mystery. She scoured obscure historical texts, anthropological studies, forgotten folklore collections, searching for recurrences of the seven-eyed serpent, for mentions of telluric deeps or hidden veins. Special Agent Thorne, now fully alerted to this broader, more ancient threat, funneled what classified intelligence she could through back channels. Her agency, while officially focused on unconventional domestic threats, had begun to cross-reference their data with geological surveys, reports of anomalous energy readings, and even certain archaeological findings that had been quietly suppressed due to their unsettling implications. A pattern began to emerge, faint but undeniable. Sites where the serpent iconography appeared, or where local legends spoke of deep, hidden powers, often coincided with unusual seismic activity, unexplained electromagnetic fluctuations, or areas with a high incidence of psychological distress and bizarre local phenomena. These were not just in North America. Lena found correlations in parts of Europe, Asia, South America, a global network of shadowed places. Dr. Finch, when Lena managed to arrange a highly unorthodox and deniable meeting through Thorne, listened to her findings with an almost unnerving calm. He was older now, his hair completely white, his eyes holding the weary wisdom of one who has stared too long into the abyss. The Earth itself, Dr. Hansen, Finch stated, sipping his tea in the anonymous hotel meeting room, is a vessel of immense ancient energies. Lines of power lay lines, telluric currents, these are not mere fancy. Our ancestors understood this. They built their sacred sites upon these nexuses, sometimes to appease, sometimes to harness. President Blackwood, in his own arrogant way, sought to impose a singular, modern will upon one such nexus beneath the White House. He built his Oculus not just to control a nation, but to dominate a point of telluric convergence. So the Oculus wasn't the source, Lena said, it was a tap. Precisely, Finch confirmed. A dangerously unstable one, and when it shattered, when its energies were violently, chaotically released, it didn't just go silent. It sent a discordant shockwave through the entire telluric network. Imagine a finely tuned string instrument. Blackwood built a crude, powerful clamp on one string. When that clamp broke, the string didn't just snap. It vibrated wildly, transferring that chaotic energy to all the other strings connected to the same sounding board. The image was terrifying. So these resurgences Thorne is seeing are likely other nexuses, other telluric deeps reacting to that shockwave, Finch concluded. Some may be awakening, others may be destabilizing. The ancient balances are disturbed. He paused, his gaze distant. The serpent sigil, it's a very old symbol found in many chthonic cults. It often represents the guardian or the embodiment of these deep earth energies. The seven eyes could signify manifold perceptions, or perhaps seven key nexuses of power. Lena felt a profound sense of dread. They hadn't just sealed a madman's occult engine. They had, in their desperate battle, inadvertently rung a dinner bell for forces far older and more inscrutable. Thorne's agency began to see more direct, alarming evidence. A remote research outpost in the Appalachian Mountains, situated over a deep cave system known for strange local legends, went silent. When a recovery team went in, they found the outpost deserted, the equipment smashed, and the walls of the caves covered in freshly drawn seven-eyed serpent symbols, painted in what looked disturbingly like blood. In a small, isolated town in the Pacific Northwest, residents began to suffer from shared, vivid nightmares of immense, coiled shapes moving beneath the earth, accompanied by a low, incessant humming that only they could hear. Productivity plummeted. Paranoia soared. Several people vanished without a trace. The Covenant, or what remained of it, also seemed to be stirring. Arthur Kendrick, during a routine psychological evaluation in his high-security prison, was observed tracing a seven-eyed serpent in the condensation on his water glass, a look of serene, almost ecstatic understanding on his face. He then began to speak, not in English, but in a sibilant, clicking language that his evaluators couldn't identify, but which bore a disturbing resemblance to the guttural chants of the master of the threshold. The most chilling development came from an unexpected source. Brother Oculus, the Covenant's tech-savvy operative who had evaded capture, had apparently gone deep underground, both literally and figuratively. Thorne's cyberforensics team, tracking faint digital breadcrumbs he had carelessly left behind years ago, discovered he had been trying to access seismic data, deep earth sonar readings, and perhaps most disturbingly, research papers on inducing controlled earthquakes through resonant frequencies. "He's not just a cultist anymore," Thorne told Lena, her voice grim during a secure video call. "He's trying to understand the telluric network. He's trying to find a way to interact with it, perhaps even to guide or amplify these disturbances." She paused. "And then there's Sister Silence. We've had unconfirmed sightings near some of these anomalous zones, always a fleeting glimpse, always just before something bad happens." The serpent, it seemed, was uncoiling. The chaos the orator Primus had madly invoked as he tried to overload the Oculus was now manifesting, not as a sudden, purifying fire, but as a slow, insidious awakening of ancient, subterranean powers. The world was subtly, yet profoundly, changing. The old rules, the old certainties, were beginning to fray at the edges. Lena knew her work was no longer just historical. It was a race against time, a desperate attempt to understand the nature of this global awakening, to find a way to soothe the disturbed telluric currents, or at least to protect the vulnerable points from those who would seek to exploit the rising tide of chaos, figures like Sister Silence, who might see this as the true fulfillment of the Covenant's promise, or Brother Oculus, who might be trying to become a new, technologically adept orator for these deeper, darker gods. The sealed wound beneath the White House remained silent, but the earth itself was beginning to groan, and the seven-eyed serpent, the ancient guardian of its secrets, was stirring in the telluric deep, its myriad eyes slowly opening upon a world unprepared for its gaze. The echoes of Blackwood's folly were no longer confined to the shadows. They were threatening to become the dominant song of a new, terrifying age. Chapter 21: The Thin Places. The global pattern of anomalous events, linked by the recurring serpent imagery and unusual energy signatures, intensified. Thorne's agency, now operating with a desperate, undeclared urgency, codenamed the phenomenon Serpent's Resurgence. Lena Hansen found herself an unofficial, indispensable consultant. Her unique blend of historical knowledge, occult understanding, and direct experience with Blackwood's machinations proving invaluable. The disturbances are clustering around what folklorists call thin places, Lena explained during a briefing in Thorne's new, heavily fortified command center, its walls covered in global maps pinpointing incidents. Locations where the veil between worlds, or between our perceived reality and these deeper telluric energies, is naturally weaker. Ancient sacred sites, certain geological formations, places with a history of unexplained phenomena. Dr. Finch, brought in under extreme secrecy, elaborated. These thin places are becoming thinner. The shockwave from the Oculus's destruction acted like a solvent, eroding the natural energetic barriers. What were once subtle influences are now potential breaches. The nature of the breaches varied. In some remote areas, it was raw, untamed telluric energy erupting, localized earthquakes, sudden sinkholes revealing strange, crystalline formations, or bursts of electromagnetic radiation that fried electronics and induced vivid, terrifying hallucinations in nearby populations. Animals behaved erratically, either fleeing these zones in panic or being drawn to them in a trance-like state. In other areas, particularly those with a history of human ritual or intense emotional trauma, the breaches manifested more intelligently. Sister Silence, it was now confirmed, was actively seeking out these specific locations. She wasn't alone. Small, scattered cells of former Covenant members or new converts drawn by the rising tide of global unease and a perversion of Blackwood's original vision were gravitating towards her. They saw her not as a mere remnant, but as a new prophetess attuned to the chaotic awakening. They're not trying to reactivate another Oculus, Thorne stated, her finger tracing a line of reported sightings of Sister Silence that correlated with a string of desecrated historical sites. They seem to be performing rituals designed to widen the cracks, to invite whatever is on the other side of these thinning veils. The invitations were having horrific consequences. Near a recently disturbed ancient burial mound in rural Ireland, a whole village succumbed to a shared psychosis, their speech devolving into the same sibilant, clicking language Kendrick had used. Eyewitness accounts from terrified survivors spoke of shadowy, multi-limbed figures glimpsed at the periphery of vision, and of the ground itself seeming to breathe. Brother Oculus, meanwhile, had become a more elusive but equally dangerous threat. He wasn't directly aligned with Sister Silence's overtly ritualistic activities. His focus remained on technology. He had successfully, in at least one documented instance, used a modified industrial sonic emitter to trigger a localized telluric energy surge in a remote desert region, creating a massive, temporary magnetic anomaly that disrupted global communications for several hours. "He's learning to play the Earth like an instrument," Finch said grimly. "A discordant, destructive symphony. He's trying to become a conductor of telluric chaos, perhaps hoping to find a way to control or direct the entity's sister Silence is trying to summon." Lena felt caught in a pincer movement of ancient magic and rogue science, both factions seeking to exploit the instability Blackwood had unleashed. Her research shifted from the historical to the immediate, desperately searching Blackwood's journals not just for understanding of the Oculus, but for any mention he might have made of these older, deeper forces, any clues to their nature, their weaknesses, or how to restabilize the thin places. She found fragments, tantalizing and terrifying. Blackwood, in his more lucid, less megalomaniacal moments, had expressed a profound fear of what he called the yawning deeps. He hadn't just sought to control the telluric nexus beneath the White House for power. He had also seen it as a potential bulwark, a way to seal off access to these even more dangerous primordial energies. His Oculus, in its original conception, might have been intended as a guardian, a regulator. But his paranoia and ambition had twisted its purpose, turning a potential shield into an unstable weapon. "He knew," Lena breathed, staring at a faded page where Blackwood described a nightmare of a world unstitched, where the silent, sightless things that dwell below would rise to reclaim the surface. He wrote of the necessity of the seal of 7 stars to keep these entities quiescent. "The seal of 7 stars," Finch mused when Lena showed him the passage. "The Oculus Dei was a 7-faceted crystal. The serpent has 7 eyes. Is it possible that the Oculus, even in its construction, was meant to mirror, and thereby control or appease, a council of 7 primordial Earth entities, or 7 primary telluric nexuses?" The theory was staggering. If true, the destruction of the Oculus hadn't just sent a shockwave, it had broken a seal, or at least critically damaged it. Thorne's agency now faced an almost impossible task: to identify these thin places before they became full breaches, to counter Sister Silence's ritualists and Brother Oculus's technological tampering, all while keeping the true nature of the global crisis from devolving into worldwide panic. They were fighting a war on too many fronts, against an enemy that was not an organization, but a fundamental instability in the fabric of reality itself. The sealed wound beneath the White House remained quiet, but its silence was no longer a comfort. It was the silence of a broken lock on a Pandora's box that had been flung wide open, its contents now spilling out across a world that was becoming increasingly thin, increasingly vulnerable to the horrors from below. Lena knew that understanding Blackwood's original, perhaps more terrified, intentions regarding the yawning deeps might be their only hope of finding a new way to mend the veil before it tore completely. Chapter 22: The Last Resonant Note. The global situation deteriorated. The thin places became more numerous, the breaches more violent. Sister Silence's cult, now calling themselves the Children of the Unveiled Earth, grew in numbers, their rituals becoming more audacious, their summonses drawing through. Things that defied sane description, fleeting, shadowy forms that left behind physical traces of their passage, ectoplasmic residues, areas of intense cold, and a lingering psychic static that induced paranoia and aggression. Brother Oculus, from his hidden enclaves, escalated his game of telluric disruption. He no longer just triggered anomalies. He seemed to be trying to create controlled, resonant feedback loops between multiple thin places, as if attempting to weave a new, chaotic web of power across the globe, perhaps to create a new kind of oculus from the living Earth itself. His actions caused localized tsunamis, freak electrical storms, and sudden, inexplicable agricultural blights. Lena Hansen, Thorne, and Finch worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion, a tiny, desperate core of resistance against a rising tide of global unmaking. They operated from a succession of increasingly isolated and hardened command centers, the knowledge of what they fought too terrible to share, the resources always too few. Lena, haunted by Blackwood's reference to the Seal of Seven Stars, focused her research on identifying what she theorized were the seven primary telluric nexuses on the planet, the linchpins of the global energetic network. If the Oculus Day had been an artificial counterpart to these, a failed attempt to control or mediate them, then understanding their locations and characteristics was paramount. Her research led her to a disparate collection of ancient myths, geological anomalies, and suppressed archaeological discoveries, all pointing to seven specific, highly potent locations. A desolate plateau in Central Asia, a volcanic archipelago in the Pacific, a vast underwater canyon in the Atlantic, a specific peak in the Andes, a deep rift valley in Africa, an ice-covered mountain range in Antarctica, and most disturbingly, the area directly beneath Washington, D.C., where Blackwood had built his monstrous machine. The White House wasn't just a convenient seat of power for Blackwood's Oculus, Lena explained, her voice hoarse from lack of sleep, pointing to a complex global map she had constructed. It is one of the seven, perhaps the most critical or the most historically manipulated in the Northern Hemisphere. Its destruction didn't just break a local seal, it unbalanced the entire global septenary. Finch nodded slowly, his face deeply lined. If this is true, then any attempt to restabilize the network must address all seven nexuses, or at least find a way to re-establish a harmonic resonance between them. But how? We don't have an Oculus, and even if we did, building another would be madness. Thorne brought news that was both dire and presented a sliver of a desperate chance. Brother Oculus is planning something big. We've intercepted fragmented communications. He's identified what he believes are master resonant frequencies. For several of these nexuses you've pinpointed, Lena. He's building a series of massive subterranean sonic projectors, aiming to simultaneously trigger a cascade failure or a forced, chaotic retuning of the entire global network. His goal, as far as we can tell, is to shatter the old world order completely and position himself as the master of the new, chaotic frequencies. He's trying to become the conductor of a global earthquake symphony. Finch breathed, horrified. The psychic and physical devastation would be unimaginable. His primary command hub, Thorne continued, we've narrowed it down. It's in an abandoned Cold War-era listening post deep beneath the Mojave Desert. It's built over another, sensitive geological area. He's set to activate his network in 72 hours. A desperate plan was formed. A small surgical strike team led by Thorne would attempt to infiltrate Oculus's Mojave facility and stop his broadcast. Lena and Finch would accompany them, not as combatants, but because Oculus's technology was based on resonant frequencies, the very principles Blackwood had manipulated. If anyone could find a way to counter his devices, or even use them to send a different kind of signal, it was them. The journey to the Mojave facility was tense, the world outside the armored transport already showing signs of advanced telluric stress. The sky had a strange, oily sheen. Communications were unreliable. Oculus's base was a nightmarish fusion of decaying Cold War concrete and gleaming, alien-looking resonant technology, throbbing with barely contained power. Thorne's team fought their way through corridors defended by automated sentries and a handful of heavily armed, fanatically loyal tech cultists. They finally reached Oculus's control center, a vast cavern dominated by a central console linked to colossal, thrumming sonic resonators aimed deep into the earth. Brother Oculus, no longer just a shadowy tech operative but a figure crackling with harnessed telluric energy, his eyes glowing with reflected circuit light, stood before the console, his hands poised to initiate the final sequence. "You are too late," Oculus shrieked as Thorne's team burst in. "The old world is about to be unmade. The true voice of the earth will finally be heard, and I shall be its interpreter." The battle was fierce. While Thorne and her operatives engaged Oculus and his remaining guards, Lena and Finch fought their way to a secondary control panel. The resonant frequencies in the room were almost unbearable, shaking their bones, clouding their thoughts. "Lena," Finch yelled over the din, pointing to a schematic on the panel. "Oculus isn't just broadcasting chaos. He's inadvertently created a feedback system. If we can isolate the frequency of the DC nexus, the original Oculus site, and broadcast a counter-resonant healing pulse through his network." It was an insane gamble. To use the enemy's weapon against the global instability, to try and soothe the DC nexus, the most damaged of the 7 stars, hopping its restabilization would send a calming ripple through the others. Lena, her mind a blur of Blackwood's theories and desperate hope, worked with Finch, their fingers flying over the controls, trying to isolate the precise harmonic that represented the wounded note of the DC nexus. Oculus, seeing what they were attempting, screamed in rage and tried to unleash a focused sonic blast at them, but Thorne intercepted him, a desperate tackle bringing them both to the ground. With seconds to spare before Oculus's main sequence initiated, Lena found it, a complex, mournful frequency that felt like the distilled essence of the shattered Oculus day. Finch quickly programmed it into Oculus's broadcast array, but inverted, filtered, transformed from a cry of pain into a note of resolution, a plea for calm. And now, Finch yelled. Lena slammed the activation rune. Instead of the global cacophony Oculus had intended, a single, pure, unbelievably powerful resonant tone pulsed outwards from the Mojave facility, carried along the very telluric pathways Oculus had mapped. It was a note of profound sorrow, yet also of deep, abiding peace. It targeted the entombed, broken Oculus beneath the White House, thousands of miles away. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, deep in its sealed tomb, the shattered crystal of the Oculus Dei resonated faintly with this external signal. It did not reactivate. It did not heal. But for a fleeting instant, its fractured structure vibrated in sympathetic harmony with the broadcast note, like a broken bell acknowledging a distant chime. And across the globe, the effect was subtle yet perceptible. The violent energies at the thin places seemed to lessen, the raw telluric eruptions to calm. The psychic static eased. It wasn't a full healing. The cracks in the world remained, but the immediate escalating spiral into chaos paused. The earth took a ragged breath. In the Mojave Control Center, Brother Oculus, his connection to the chaotic energies severed by the new dominant resonance, collapsed, his power extinguished. Thorn, bruised but triumphant, cuffed him. Lena and Finch stood before the console, shaking with exhaustion and disbelief. They had bought time, perhaps not a solution but a reprieve. The serpent was not slain. The thin places were not mended. Sister Silence and her children of the unveiled earth were still out there. But the last resonant note, born of desperation and a faint echo from Blackwood's broken dream, had for now quieted the storm. The long, slow work of true healing, of understanding and respecting the deep energies of the world, had only just begun. The silence that followed was not an ending, but a fragile, tenuous pause, holding the promise of a dawn that was neither Blackwood's nor Oculus, but something yet to be determined by those who had dared to listen to the earth's wounded song. The end.